Well, hello and welcome back to the 2022 Atlantic U18 Women's Hockey Championships here in Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island. It is Championship Sunday and we have a pair of games on tap, starting with the bronze medal game. Once again, it is the Battle of PEI, the Central Storm, coming into this bronze medal game yet again against their well-chiseled out rivals, the Island champions, and the host team, the Western Wind. My name is Luke Diamond. Thanks for joining us again here on YouTube Live with Tyne Valley Live Events. The day has finally come and these two teams are very used to each other, dare I say tired of one another. They finally get to take out their final frustrations on one another this morning here in Tyne Valley, a very early one. 9 a.m. puck drop here at the Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center. We thank you so much for getting up nice and early on this weekend morning to catch some great hockey action for the second last time. Of course, the final is later today between the Northern Subway Selects of Nova Scotia and the Edsa West Reds of New Brunswick as the host team takes the ice here in Tyne Valley. The Wind coming into this game with 2 wins and 2 losses in this championship that they're hosting. They're on a 2-game win streak though. They scored 10 goals and conceded 15. One of those wins coming against the 1-3 Central Storm here on Friday night. Western took that game by a score of 3-1. Central had the leg up. Central taking the ice now. Renee Chapman of the Storm scored to open that game last time these two teams met. She had that goal assisted by Georgia Hambley. But from there, it was all Western, starting with a goal from Gracie Goody, who's up to 3 on the tournament leader in that department with 3 goals. Emily McGuigan also chipping in that one, gave the Wind the go-ahead marker to put them up 2-1 in the second period of that Friday night game. And then Annie Pierre-Morency, one of her 2 goals in the tournament, scored on a 5-on-3 breakaway. Will we see any more of that magic today? We very well could, as a bronze medal is on the line. We'll throw it down to the ice now as the teams are preparing for the national anthem and then puck drop right after.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and hockey fans of all ages, welcome to the Cavendish Farms Community Event Center for Game 11, the bronze medal game of the 2022 Female U18 AAA Atlantic Hockey Championship. This morning's game features the visiting Central Storm representing hockey PEI, and the host team, your team, the Western Wind. As a partner in fair play, hockey candidate is attempting to remove all verbal and physical abuse from sporting activities. Therefore, profanity directed at any player, official, or fan will not be tolerated and will result in your immediate ejection from the game. We thank you for your cooperation. Cavendish Farms Community Event Center is designated as a smoke-free facility. The officials for today's game are referees Alexis Ouellette and Vance Wood. Joining them are linesmen Haven Woodside and Cassie Oliver. At this time, I would personally like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the 2022 Female U18 AAA Atlantic Hockey Championships host committee. These volunteers worked tirelessly to ensure that the tournament was a success and that everyone These tournaments normally take upwards of a year to plan and prepare. This group pulled it off in 6 months. The tournament chair, Nicole Roche, and vice chair, Andy Moy, assembled a fantastic team with their own individual strengths to contribute to the overall success. At this time, I'd like to introduce the individuals of this group. Nicole Garage. Andy Moore. Linda Richards. Penny Ellis. Tracy Ball. Mercy Brennan. Jared Caldwell. Cedric Boyle. And Carol Hibbs. Please join me and put your hands together and acknowledge the effort shown by this group. I ask you to please rise. Remove your hats and caps for today's play of O Canada.
These teams have met 25 times this season. Western has come out on top on 15 of those occasions, 3 of them in that sweep of the PEI final. 6 of them have finished in ties, and Central has taken the other 4. But absolutely none of that matters now, as these teams contend for who will finish higher on the regional stage. This may not be for a gold medal, but it is just as important for whoever gets to take the cake on PEI. Let's meet our starting goalies. It is the exact same matchup in net as 2 nights ago here in Tyne Valley. In one net is Soraya Richard getting that win over the Central Storm. She is 1-1 in this tournament, lost 3-2 to the Reds, but is riding that win in against Central. And then the other net, Janae Spence. She is looking for her first win of the tournament and her 3rd of the season. She dropped games against the Wind Blast and also against the Edsa West Reds. She made 31 saves on 37 shots in her first game of the tournament. She makes her first of the morning, there. And then 21 more against Western, as she looks to beat them, as mentioned, for the 4th time this year. Starting out with that puck beyond the net is Brooke Walsh. Walsh for this team has 1 goal in this Atlantics tournament, coming earlier in the tournament in 4 games. Behind that net is Grace Larkin. Larkin up there looking for a center in Walsh. On that line with Walsh is Emily Gardner, the leading goal scorer in this tournament and overall scorer, as a matter of fact, for the Central Storm. She missed yesterday's game against Northern Subway Selects. Also missing yesterday's game was Callie McDonald on the blue line, and she will miss this morning as well for Central. But back in the lineup is Emily Gardner. Over on that wing for Isabel Richards. Richards for the win slams that down the ice. And it won't be an icing call as defender Carly Acorn was close enough there for the Storm. Richards for the Wind has a goal coming all the way back in the first game against the Edsa West Reds. The Wind barely dropping that one 3-2, and that turned out to be the difference between who was playing for gold and bronze. The Reds playing today at noon against the Northern Subway Selects. Is breaking in with that puck is Livy Lawler. Bit of a tight angle, so she's going to go for a lap around the net. Lawler is cut off there by fellow captain Chloe Glant of the other team. Bridget Linkletter forces a turnover up to Glant. Annie Pierre-Morency looking to take that in on the left wing, but she's cut off there by Maggie Mullins, the Central defender, having a solid tournament. Skips on out. Back to the opposing blue line to Amelia Drosh. Drosh, one of the more physical players on this win team. And Glant throws it to the net. She scores! Just like that, Chloe Glant jumps on a turnover in front of the Central Storm net. And just over 2 minutes into this game, the Wind jumped to a 1-0 lead. Chloe Glant has only played in 6 games this year where she hasn't scored a goal. Actually, after yesterday's, that was 7. She has still contributed on the score sheet, tied with the team lead in points, and into this one with 1 goal and 4 assists. She has never gone that long this year without scoring a goal, not even 2 games, let alone the last 3. But she gets the scoring going for the Western Wind this morning as they take a 1-0 lead. Renee Chapman airmailed that over the net. She's going to be in pursuit for Amelia Drosh. As I was just saying right before that goal, Drosh, along with a few other of her defense partners, really playing more on the physical side, a lot of penalty minutes. Drosh has taken 3 minor penalties in 4 games in this round robin. But that's still a number that doesn't match with 3 of her teammates. Bailey Jones with 5 penalties, 10 penalty minutes. Emily McGuigan and Erin Rennie, the 2 defenders, have the same amount. Morency picking up the assist. So both Glant and Morency leading the team in scoring with 6 points apiece in this tournament. Morency has 2 goals and 4 assists. Morency with 1 assist in yesterday's all-important win over Newfoundland's Eastern Icebreakers. The Icebreakers done for the tournament after going 0-4 in the round robin. Picking up that puck in the breakout is Brooke Walsh up the wing. Quickly lost right in the tape. Emily Gardner in partial break, and she rang that one off the goal post. A very close chance there for Gardner in on Soraya Richard, and had her spot picked, but just missed by half of an inch. Coming in with that was Grace Larkin, trying to shovel that back in to the net front on the backhand. That was taken away by the Storm only for a second as Gracie Goody is right in there on that wing. Livy Lawler stole from her, popped out to Hambley, but before she could do anything was the goal scorer, Chloe Glant. We're used to saying that this year. Heading into this tournament, she had 36 goals on the season, only 24 games of play. She's now up to 38 in the entire campaign with that one, more than anybody else in this tournament. Of course, the tournament goals leader saying that is Sarah Stewart and Brooke Thompson of the Selects. 2-way tie for 8 goals in 4 games. That is sticked on up for Morency. Morency cross ice pass. Coming up the ice now is Molly Kate McGinnis. McGinnis with a goal of her own, a big one coming yesterday to give the Wind the lead late in that third period, 3-2 against the Icebreakers. They would go on to win that game 4-2. Gracie Goody had 2 of those goals in that game, and Ella Collins with the other one. Collins is up there on that wing. Couldn't get that breakout working as it's thrown on net by Chapman, and covering that just in time was Soraya Richard to force the face-off to her left in her own end. Face-off will be taken here by Bailey Jones on the defensive side and Renee Chapman for the offense. The Wind in the white shirts and the Central Storm in the black come up on the rushes. Ella Collins. Collins throwing it to the front and waiting for that pass. In front was McGinnis. And the rebound is thrown back on by Amelia Drosh, but that is padded away by the right pad of Janae Spence. Chucked back on net there by Erin Rennie, trying to buy some time as her forward line goes for a change. But the Storm will buy enough time to force that one out of the zone, and they themselves will go for a shift. Renee Chapman was a bit eager there, throwing in that puck from the wrong side of center ice, and that will result in an icing call against Central. 14:06 in this first period in the bronze medal game of the Atlantic Championships. Chloe Glant getting the scoring going early, only 2 minutes and 4 seconds into this game. She has her second of the tournament, her 38th goal of the 2021-22 season. That's thrown on that right there. Brianna Hughes, and it was a loose puck right there on the left of Janae Spence. And play was blown dead after that. It appeared the official lost sight of the puck. The net may have also been slightly knocked off. I can't say that for sure. But the face-off will go off to Janae Spence's right. And on that face-off for the win is Gracie Green, and she does win that draw. Out there on that line with Brianna Hughes. Hughes swooping around there up high, and Isabel Richards is that opposite side winger. Emily Gardner will start out the breakout herself. Going for the long stretch pass coming off the bench was Brooke Walsh, but she couldn't handle that. It wasn't anywhere as close to her as Morency jumps on the ice for the win, and so does Chloe Glant. Emily Gardner was the intended receiver of that one. Going all the way down the ice, but that hit 2 or 3 sticks. So no icing call. Avery Noy will shoot it down the ice. Handled there handily by Kayla Batchelder. And she does the exact same thing, throwing that into the opposite corner for the Central Storm. Chloe Glant will look to change that up. Lost that puck on the rush. Stopped there by a Storm defender. And Chloe Glant will try to get around her own defender, Bridget Linkletter there. Morency going for the dump in, but hits the skates of the line person. DDD pass now. Julian Casey and Linkletter going back and forth a couple of times. Chloe Glant really looking to get a rush going. Swung around back toward her own blue line a couple of times. Looking to come away with a chance. Hasn't really had that. The puck almost squirted out to her there, though, as Janae Spence missed the cover. And that shot from Linkletter was blocked by Lawler. And the puck comes all the way out as each team will get a few changes in. 12:13 now left in this first period of the bronze medal game. 1-0 the score for the Western Wind, their earliest goal of any game this tournament. Only just over 2 minutes in, off the stick of who else? Chloe Glant. Her second goal and 5th point of the tournament. 6th point, actually. Morency picking up the assist for her 6th point. As the face-off is won by the Wind. Ella Collins storming up that left wing, but is rubbed out along the boards by Carly Acorn, the defender on the Storm side. Out there on the line with Molly Kate McGinnis, and Bailey Jones is in there down deep on that forecheck as well. Collins lost an edge, and the puck's going to pop out here to Molly Doyle. She lets the shot go, but misses the blocker's side of the goaltender Richard in net. Puck popped on back out to Mullins. That's off a shin pad, and Molly Kate McGinnis handles that. And coming up on the rush right off the bench is Isabel Richards. Richards is angled off any meaningful chance by Acorn, but she'll throw it to the net front with a lot of room there. Spinning out of control with Gracie Greenan. Now Avery Noy's going to walk in. That's chucked toward the net. It's a couple of Wynn players there right on top of Spence in the goal. But Brooke Walsh had the puck, but that was taken away. Out to Richards in front. Oh, what a save by Spence along the ice. Richards trying to catch her off guard there, but the pad came in just in handy as Avery Noy walks into the slot, and she missed. On rebound, it was a wraparound attempt by Hughes, but that goes wide. A few close calls there for the Storm. Janae Spence standing tall, so are her defenders to keep that from turning into a goal. Brooke Walsh bringing in one-on-one against Avery Noy, and great stick by Noy, and the rebound by Walsh, and she cannot get the shot, the off-balance shot on net, thrown back toward the net by Chapman. Taken away by the Wind. Once more, here's Gracie Goody. She leads the team in goals, tied. As the puck is thrown out front for Morency. And Morency is denied. Great save by Spence, and Spence covers up on the second opportunity on Gracie Goody. As I was saying, Goody with 3 goals this tournament leads everybody on the team. Chloe Glenn and Morency both with 2 apiece. This top line is showing what they're capable of this tournament here at home in the brand new Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center. We're just about halfway through the first period, 10:16 on the clock. Glant has that opening goal for Western. It's 1-0 for the Wind. Leading the rush is Livy Lawler, swooping in all the way behind her own net, trying to go up the sideboards there. Met with heavy opposition by Bridget Linkletter on the Wind blue line. Is thrown there 3 or 4 times maybe. As coming in now is the defender Hillary Quilty. But now Chloe Glant takes it up the ice. Puck swirls out to Morency, and she is rubbed off the puck by Grace London of the Storm. And the Storm have the puck now. Pressured heavily there by Chloe Glant. A great forecheck as the Wind change up a couple of players. Puck popping on back there to Julian Casey. And still getting up there behind the play was Molly Kate McGinnis of the Wind. Ella Collins was looking ahead to get that going, but didn't double check quite in time, as it's an offside call against the Wind. On the close side of your screen toward the bottom, Bailey Jones takes the face off, getting the shove there by Renee Chapman, the other center in that draw. And the Storm, thanks to Chapman, will get that puck up the ice. Over on Chapman's left is Cassie Gordon. On the other side on this line today is Alyssa Perry. A few line changes here and there for the Wind, rather the Storm, throughout this tournament. We've seen different forward lines from them all tournament long. Started this tournament, Cassie Gordon with Brooke Walsh and Paige Hancock, but now playing on line with Chapman and Perry. And it is now Gordon with that puck heading up the left wing. She's going to throw it in, but she is on the wrong side of center ice, and that will be an icing call against the Central Storm. The green and line is on for the Wind. In contrast, the Wind haven't really mixed up their lines, keeping the same 3 units up front. Green has played this entire tournament with Isabel Richards on her left wing and Brianna Hughes on her right, wearing number 7 and 42 in the white jerseys respectively. On that blue line is McGuigan wearing number 14. A hard slapper goes off the boards, couldn't quite get it near the net there. Greenan battling for it behind the net. Brianna Hughes is in there to help her out, but she missed her mark. But Richards forces a turnover for the Wind. Not much could be done there. Thrown back into the corner, and this forecheck will be right back on it for Western. Right out front, here's Richards. Got it tied up in her feet. Here's the rebound to Hughes. Still not covered. And now it is, as Janae Spence really had to keep her cool there, as Richards was all alone with nobody near her in front of the net. That could have been a big one for the Wind, but instead it's a big save for the Storm goaltender. The Glant line now out for the Western Wind. against the Livy Lawler unit for the Storm. Lawler will start on the defensive side, but wins the draw over to Paige Hancock. Hancock playing that right wing on the shift. Georgia Hambley over on the left. Dump back down for Quilty. Goes D to D to Batchelder. She couldn't handle the wraparound. Picking that off was Gracie Goody. Annie Pierre Morency now in pursuit of Quilty with the puck. And Morency will force the turnover with the help of the pinch of the defender Aaron Rennie. Played up front for Morency, but the puck bounced off her stick right at the last second. Now coming the other way is Georgia Hambley of the Storm, swinging down and gaining the blue line on that left wing. She's just going to go for the dump in on Amelia Drosh. Lawler's back there to help her out. Two Storm players behind the net, and they're all going to be caught red-handed by Chloe Gallant coming up on the rush with Goody on her right. The shot by Gallant is handled. It was a hard one to take care of by Janae Spence, but she will get the cover-up before Gallant coming in very quickly there, almost stole it from her after the long outside shot. But no harm done there by the Storm. Right off the draw, that almost popped out to McGinnis Wayne in front of that net. The shot missed, looked to hit a stick before being directed to the net. Maggie Mullins failed on the dump in. Jillian Casey, the opposing defender, forces it back up. Bailey Jones coming on down that wall. Here's the long-range shot that's sticked away easily by Spence. Going to poke that and keep that in was Linkletter, and she did well enough just for a second as the Storm get a ton of time and space here to make a play. Carly Acorn, though, is pressured heavily by Richards. Richards couldn't finish the job there as that forward line completes a change for the win. Chapman went for a skate there, lost the puck. Grace Larkin almost got it back, but the Storm couldn't handle that and get any meaningful shot off on Thuraya Richard. 6.5 left in this period. The Wind hanging on to that 1-0 lead scored by Chloe Gallant very early in this early morning game. The Wind will shoot it all the way down the ice for an icing call as they have a few tired players there. Be sure to tune in with us at 12 o'clock. The gold medal game between the Nova Scotia and New Brunswick champions. The 1-2 finishers in the Maritime Major Female Hockey League this year between the best of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Northern won that game handily between them against the Edsa West Reds in their first meeting yesterday. It was a 9-0 win in favor of the Subway Selects. But they have some unfinished business as they play again, once again this time for the Atlantic title and a spot in the SO Cup. Alyssa Perry on the far side boards started with the puck, but was joined quickly there by 5 other players vying for possession. Chloe Gallant will now have a chance to get that out for the win, but she's pinned up along the boards there by Perry. Amelia Drosh helped out her captain. Swing that down along the boards the opposite side where Gracie Goody is waiting as a quick outlet pass for Annie Pierre Morency. Morency slows up, challenged by Batchelder, and Morency loses an edge and flies into the boards. Batchelder now with the puck. Waiting for that pass is Emily Gardner. 4 goals on the tournament in 3 games played. She did not play yesterday, so she's got that extra little bit of rest. The Wind were making a change, and too eager picking up the puck there was Bailey Jones as her teammate was a little slow to get off the ice. And the first power play of the game is going to the Central Storm on a too many players on the ice call. Power play, the first power play of this early morning game going to the Central Storm. Central has 1 power play goal this tournament, but they have had the most opportunities on the 5-on-4 or 5-on-3 advantage. But just coming out with that 1 goal, a 4.5% efficiency. Still better than the Western Wind or the Eastern Express, who on 17 and 14 opportunities have not scored once on the power play. Kayla Batchelder on that deep pairing on this power play with Maggie Mullins. Batchelder cuts to the middle, trying to shove that through the crowd in the slot. Now Mullins will try that out. Bounces in loose, Richard didn't see where that was, and she's just finding out where the puck is now. But then that puck didn't squeeze through that heavy Western defense line for any meaningful opportunity as Lawler takes a lap in behind the net. Lawler moves up along the half wall on the close side of the screen. She's challenged there heavily by Amelia Drosh. Erin Rennie had the puck there momentarily for the win, but not enough to get that clear off. Georgia Hambley now with the puck, walking out of the corner. Back to the line for Mullins. Mullins plays it back down in the corner for Livy Lawler, who's in there in a hard one-on-one bout with Erin Rennie, and Rennie comes out on top. Kayla Batchalder holds the line. Bounces on back to Rennie though, and Rennie chucks it out of the zone. With 40 seconds left in this bench minor against the Wind for too many players on the ice. Ella Collins is serving that penalty for the Wind. Leading that rush in is Renee Chapman. Chapman accompanied there by Hancock as Chapman chips one up and off that bucket of Soraya Richard. Blocking off enough of the top of the net, down to Chapman. She scores! Renee Chapman has been a Wind killer these last couple of games. Again, beating Richard as she has on Friday night, and that one's a biggie on the power play, as that will tie the game here in the bronze medal match. Chapman has brought a lot of firepower to the Central Storm team this tournament. Not exactly known for her scoring. Has 3 goals in 24 league play games this year, including playoffs, for a total of 7 points on the season. She's already up to 3 in the tournament. A second goal, so 2 goals, and an assist at the Atlantic Championships in game number 5 for the Central Storm. Both of those goals, as mentioned, coming against the Western Wind, as we're less than 3 minutes away from the first intermission. Only that much time left to play in the period. It is now 1-1 thanks to number 17 in black. Walking in is Grace Larkin, but way offside there. Caught was her center, Brooke Walsh, and there will be a face-off outside following that offside call against Central. Walsh and Jones taking that face-off. Jones for the Wind is going to come away with it, but that's sticked away quickly by Walsh. Grace London, that winger on the shift for Central, looked to chip that in, but she's pinned up along the boards there by Collins. McGuigan went down there in the corner for a second, pressured heavily by Brooke Walsh. Shoving at that puck there is Emily Gardner, but Gardner couldn't get that close enough to Richard. Collins will shoot that out of the zone. Nobody was there to pick up the pass, although McGinnis is in pursuit. Julian Casey holds that line for the Wind. That's breaking in is Chloe Gallant. Gallant tried to step through the legs of Kayla Batchalder, but Batchalder has played against Gallant 26 times this year, this being the 26th. So she knows a little bit about what's coming from the Wind captain. They'll contend again, but Batchalder shoots that out of the zone with ease as Livy Lawler toys with the puck in between her feet and finally gets it out. Emily Gardner will fork that backhand out as the Central Storm goes for a change. Linkletter was eyeing up Chloe Gallant at that blue line. Missed the pass, but it's no icing call as it did hit a stick. Morency forces it out front. Chopping it out was Chloe Gallant out front, but it is stopped by Janae Spence. Spence hasn't seen action in a few minutes, and thanks in part to that Central Storm power play and that power play goal coming off the stick of Chapman. Livy Lawler now looking to join the party in the score sheet, but that shot was blocked off to the side, and it didn't get the Soraya Richard's net. Now Chloe Gallant on the rush with Gracie Goody. It's a 2-on-2 opportunity. Gallant is tired at the end of the shift and wires a heavy slapper in from the center ice area with only 45 seconds left in the period. Janae Spence made the save there. That puck will stay in play. It went up high off the glass in that battle in the neutral zone. Erin Rennie taking a complete lap going east-west over to the far side, and she was knocked down. But the puck took a hop up into the Central Storm bench, so play will be blown dead for the faceoff. 32.5 on the clock here. The teams have traded goals here in almost the first 20 minutes of play. First, Chloe Gallant jumping on a loose puck and beating Janae Spence just over 2 minutes in the game. Now Renee Chapman is the latest goal, striking on the power play, beating Sarai Richard. High glove right in front of the net. Richard had to make a sharp save, as converging on that goal too was Chapman, the goal scorer. Chapman almost with another one. She's been camping out there all day, and here's the shot. Scores! Molly Doyle with a big one. 5.6 seconds left in the first period. And the alternate captain for the Storm team that missed game one has scored her first of the Atlantic tournament, and what a better time to do that late in the first period. A momentum setter for the Central Storm, who take their first lead of the game. A great crowd here to my right from the Eastern PEI Charlottetown area, traveling along with the Central players, as while the rest of the Tyne Valley crowd here falls silent at the end of the first period. The end bleachers are rocking here as the buzzer sounds at the end of the first period. Renee Chapman with that first goal for Central on the power play, and now Molly Doyle with that great shot on the rebound, beating Soraya Richard up high. As Central strikes twice late in the first period, Chloe Glant responding for the Western Wind with that early period goal, but the difference is in favor of Central, looking to beat Western for the 5th time this season. They're outmatched in the win column, but should they come out on top with the bronze medal in this game, they'll have all the bragging rights they need from this 2021-22 season. But we still have 40 minutes to play here in Tyne Valley. It is Central 2, Western 1. The Zamboni will take the ice for the break, and so will we be taking a break. We'll be right back to get you primed for the second period after this. Good morning and welcome back to Tyne Valley. We have 20 minutes in the books of this bronze medal game here on Championship Sunday at the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under-18 Hockey Championships. The score is 2-1 in favor of the Central Storm. The Storm, the away team on the scoreboard in the top of your screen. And the Western Wind, the home team. The Wind got the scoring going just over 2 minutes into the hockey game. Chloe Glant, her second of the tournament, and her 38th of the season in total to get the offense started for the Wind. We had to wait until near the end of the period for the rest of the scoring to come in. Starting that was Renee Chapman late in the lone power play opportunity of that period, tying that game up at 1. And then with only 5.8 seconds left in the first period of play, the Central Storm took that 2-1 lead. It was Molly Doyle going up high for her first goal of the tournament. Doyle missed the opening game, but has been a force for this Central Storm team here late in the Atlantics. A few awards last night as the teams had their awards banquet. Not too many surprises when it came to the top awards. The top scorer and tournament MVP awards went to Sarah Stewart of the Subway Selects. She has 16 points in 4 games in this tournament, 8 goals and 8 assists. The top forward award going to line mate Brooke Thompson, has 14 points including 8 goals at this Atlantics. The top defender honor going to Bree McPherson. She has 8 assists in 4 games here at the Atlantics. The top goalie honor going to Edsa West's Christy Michaud in that. Michaud has a goals against average of 1 going here in 2 games of play, and a very impressive .947 save percentage, second in the tournament only to Georgia Burrows of the Subway Selects. And also handed out was a $500 ESSO scholarship awarded to the Edsa West Reds, Ella Lawrence. That honor is handed out based on career and community service factors. Lawrence has a goal and 6 assists this tournament, tied for the team lead in points for the Reds with 7. As we turn our attention back now to a very loud community sports center here in Tyne Valley as the second period is underway between the Central Storm and the Western Wind, the 26th battle of PEI this year, this time for an Atlantic bronze medal on the line. As cutting into that zone is Brooke Walsh, but the offside pass was made by Molly Doyle a little too early, and the faceoff will come out outside. Molly Doyle, that goal scorer, the go-ahead goal for the Central Storm, very late as mentioned in that second period. Molly Doyle with 7 points in 24 games of league action this year. As cutting in with that shot was Emily Gardner, looking to get on the board yet again this tournament. Gardner only played 3 games in league action with the Storm this year, scoring in 1 of those games, and she's taking part in her 4th of the Atlantic tournament for Central. In those first 3 games, she's found the back of the net 4 times. 1 game she put up a hat trick against the Eastern Icebreakers. And what a better time to add to that scoring total. That's good enough to put her in a tie for 4th in goal scoring in the tournament, behind Stewart and Thompson of the Selects. And second in that total is Julia McDonald of Northern. And Northern has been scoring like there's no tomorrow in this tournament so far, putting up just crazy numbers on the score sheet. 36 goals in 4 games. That is an average of 9 per game, which is just impeccable, for lack of a better word. The first power play of the game going here to the Western Wind as Chloe Glant lets a shot go from the perimeter. Charged with that penalty was Molly Doyle of the Storm. Kayla Batchelder shoves that backhand in, but Erin Rennie read that a few seconds before and kept the puck in. Chloe Glant loops up to the high slot, but that's off a stick. And then off the netting, up over the head of Janae Spence net and out of play. The face-off will remain inside as the penalty killers change up. A big whistle for them. At 38 seconds into the power play, no chances of significance really for the home side.
Goal 1955 in the first period. The goal scorer was number 10, Holly Doyle.
As you could hear there from the PA, Doyle wasn't initially credited with the goal, although it was clear she put it in the net. That error was fixed over the intermission, and that was just cleared up as Gracie Goody cut in toward the net. Goody looking to add to her 3 goals in the tournament. What a better time to do it. Glant on the one-timer, she scores! Chloe Glant strikes again, and we knew it was just a matter of time before she broke out on the score sheet. And it's a big one for the win. Their first power play goal of the tournament, and it's tied at 2. Another early one in the period for the Wind. Only just under a minute and a half, rather, a minute 25 into the second period of play. Chloe Glant on the one-timer. It was a cross-ice pass by teammate Gracie Goody, and she slides it between the wickets of the goaltender Janae Spence, and it's tied. It's a dangerous day to take a penalty if you're either of these teams, as both teams are perfect on each of their opportunities to start off this bronze medal game here in the middle round of the Atlantic Championships, as Bailey Jones broke out of the zone with the puck, but was taken down the corner by Carly Acorn. Now coming in with it is Ella Collins. Collins scored a goal last game, a big one against the Eastern Icebreakers. That sealed their spot in this morning's bronze medal game. Livy Lawler cutting out with that one at the give and go, going with her teammate Gardner. Carly Acorn chucks that down where Avery Noy is the receiver on the other team for the win, and she plays up to Molly Kate McGinnis. She'll just slide that on net where Janae Spence was waiting for it, and she'll cover it up and afford her team a rest for a few seconds. 17:32 left in the second period, only a few minutes in, but Chloe Glant buries another early period marker. That time on the one-timer on the power play, showing off that big shot, tricking Janae Spence down low and tying this game. That's her second of the morning and her third of this Atlantic Championship here in her hometown of Tyne Valley. Livy Lawler going up on the right wing, trying to shimmy shake on the defender, Bridget Linkletter. She'll dump it in and gets it right back with ease. Emily Gardner waiting out there right in front, but she was not ready for that Lawler pass that went between her feet. Gardner with a little more room now as Alyssa Perry joins that forecheck for the Central Storm. It swung around the boards there by the defender as the Wind now look to chip it out in that all-important wing get-it-out spot up near the blue line on the right side of the ice, where the Western Wind are playing out of this period on the long change, the middle frame of this hockey game. Chloe Glant only 1 goal away from a 40-goal season. Just crazy numbers from her on that part. Have been all season. Face-off is won there after that icing call against Central by the Storm. Grace Larkin on that right side defense for Central and forces that puck out pretty well all by herself. She'll loop back to do the exact same thing again as this top line for the Wind. Came in there heavy on the forecheck. Morency got a stick on that and now steals it away. She's up there on the rush with Gracie Goody. Morency beats out Chapman to the side and throws a weak backhander off the side of the goal cage. Janae Spence didn't have to do much there as Renee Chapman went up there, but Chloe Glant caught up to her and forces the puck back on over to Erin Rennie on defense. She'll throw it right on net for Janae Spence, who, with a couple of Wind players barreling down on her, will just make the safe play and cover it. Bailey Jones, Ella Collins, and Molly Kate McGinnis out on the forwards for Western. They're on the offensive zone draw, and the face-off is won back to Avery Noy after Bailey Jones took the draw there. Jones is down there in the corner trying to help out her teammate Molly Kate McGinnis as forces the puck back. McGinnis here's the long shot and tricked Janae Spence. That took a bounce off a Storm stick, but it missed the net, so no harm done there. Maggie Mullins first to that puck, but Bailey Jones not far behind her. A rugby scrum ensues between a few players there on the half wall, just next to the Western Wind bench, still in the Storm zone this period. Molly Kate McGinnis coming in there hard, and she took it away from Brooke Walsh as they were right there in the slot in front of Spence, and Spence had to make an alert save there without the prior expectation. As Collins cuts the middle of the net, fans on the shot as that slides along the ice and into the skates of the Storm's Paige Hancock, who breaks it out as the Wind tried to get a quick change as Central goes the other way. 5 minutes into this period, Chloe Glant got one early on the power play and is again a tie game, this time at 2 goals aside. Isabel Richards jumping on the ice there along with Brianna Hughes, the line mate on this line for Western. Gracie Greenan centering these 2 wingers. Brianna Hughes keeps that puck from going out just as the defenders change for Western. Caught him behind that net as Richards. The no-look pass in front. Here's Bridget Linkletter, the shot, and that is knocked down in front. A great block by Mullins of the Storm. And now the Storm come out with numbers. Grace London is on one side, but Renee Chapman carries it in, just barely onside. Oh, greatly timed poke check by Jillian Casey. That interrupts the rush there. The Storm will keep it in the zone as heavy on top of that is Gordon of the Storm. Now Grace London and Gordon give chase down in the corner as Livy Lawler jumps on the ice too as the high forward. But now Chloe Glant comes back down the other way. A long wrister isn't anywhere as close to the net, but does find Gracie Goody on the opposite wall. Goody directed toward the net and Glant got a tip on, but that one goes wide. Grace London weighing on there over on the boards as between the legs pass to Morency from Gallant, and Morency is denied point blank by Janae Spence. Oh, what a save that was at this juncture of the hockey game. Cut down there in the corners, the defender Hilary Quilty caught up there in the battle with Gallant. Grace Larkin joins her D partner as Livy Lawler is down there too. Amelia Dross jumps into the slot. Here's the shot, and Gracie Goody couldn't get that in the rebound. Comes out to Morency. The shot is patted away again by Janae Spence. She's had to make a few big saves here since that Chloe Glant goal. Glant back out front again. Morency again buzzing in front of that net. She has been the last few shifts. It almost feels like foreshadowing as you can feel something coming. That's the tone Annie Pierre Morency has set on this top line for Western all weekend long. Leading up to her goals, it seemed to be a good few shifts before she scored. Chloe Glant with a pair of impressive setups behind the net, that no-looker between the legs. As that line changes off for the Wind, Livy Lawler played that puck out for the Storm. Intended target of that pass was Alyssa Perry, the line mate. Georgia Hambley is way up the ice there for Central as well. Grace Larkin went to play that puck, but it missed her stick. But that'll be okay as the Storm get the offensive zone draw with fresh lines on the ice as it's an icing call against Western. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. And the Storm walk out with it with the help of Gardner in that corner, playing on that line with Brooke Walsh today. And on the other wing for the Central Storm is the latest goal scorer for the PEI representatives, and Molly Doyle, who picks up that cross-ice pass. She'll come in on the right wing. She gains the blue line. Passed out front, intended for Brooke Walsh, but a great tie up there on the back check by Bailey Jones prevents any shot being gotten off on Soraya Richard in that. Richard with a quiet period so far as we near the midway point of the hockey game. Amelia Drosh, the defenders first that puck on Gardner, makes a play out to Brianna Hughes. Hughes waiting out there on the right wing for that pass in front of the Central Storm bench. But there is a traffic jam just before the red line there, as no one can seem to come out with it. Actually, someone does. It's Emily Gardner walking in the zone, accompanied by Walsh behind her. Gardner will throw that in the zone. Now it's Chapman jumping onto the ice. Hancock round out that line with Gardner. Gardner's at the end of a long shift here, and she will change off for somebody. Erin Rennie now lean the rush out for an equally tired wind forward line as most of them change up, but Gracie Greenan kills off some time as her forwards head off and then back on. Grind in there against 2 or 3 central defenders. Avery Noy slaps that up the ice, not really intended for anybody, but the defenders for Western will get it back here. Erin Rennie will have a turn at starting this breakout. Tries to slap that out and gets a lucky break as it does get out of the Western defensive zone. Wayne up there up the ice is Isabel Richards. Now rushing in on that is Gracie Goody. Goody is held up there by Batchelder of the Storm. Now Olivia Lauder skips out. Here's the shot on the turnover. Annie Pierre-Morency is right there, and there's an alert shoulder save by Spence in that. On the no look there, jumping in to keep that puck in just for a second was McGuigan, but she can't hold it down for long. Central, coming at the end of a long shift themselves, will shoot that puck the length of the ice for an icing as this top line jumps back on again for the Wind. And they've really found their stride here today. Chloe Glant in particular, 2 of those goals, both of Western's markers today. As Central wins that draw, Hillary Quilty coming out with it. Quilty pursued closely by Morency. Head man for Hambley coming down that left wing. Hambley is fought off the puck by McGuigan. A great clean defensive play. Livy Lawler gets it back just for half a second for the Storm, and now everybody is tied up over in that corner. Great outlet pass for Chloe Glant, though, who will opt to flip that up and out into the air. But ready for that, a nice defensive play by Kayla Batchelder to keep that in down low for the Storm. Hambley had that for a moment, left it off for Lawler in the drop. Lawler, the high shot, slot, and that was right into the breadbasket of Soraya Richard. As mentioned, not a lot of shots directed in on her in the second frame as compared to the first, but makes an alert save on the dangerous shot up high from Livy Lawler. We're halfway through this hockey game now, given that we don't go to overtime, which is now a possibility here in the middle round games. We hope to have those exact rules for you should that situation arise if it's tied after 60 minutes of play, as the puck squirts out over to Alyssa Perry, but she fanned on that shot as it was blocked out front by Jillian Casey of the Wind. Casey on that line with Linkletter today. Linkletter plays it out to Collins. Cross ice ready for that was Molly Kate McGinnis, and McGinnis will cut in the zone. McGinnis had the game winner yesterday against the Eastern Icebreakers, an all-important win as that secured Western spot in today's bronze medal game. As Quilty is stripped by McGinnis, slaps it back in the corner where Bailey Jones and Ella Collins go after it. Played up the boards. McGinnis slapped it back in. Not ready for that as that puck took a ricochet off somebody and out of the zone. As the Storm come back the other way, Alyssa Perry cuts to the middle. Perry lets the shot go. Right ready for that was Gardner at the side of the net, but couldn't get the rebound in time. As Gardner was thrown down in the corner by a Wind defender, no call on the play. Isabel Richards coming up as some tired forwards from the Wind go to the bench, and Richards is taken down there by, it appeared to be Batchelder of the Central Storm. It's a cross-checking call, and the Wind, fresh off their first power play goal of the tournament, will go back to the 5-on-4 advantage with 8:18 to play in the second period. And this is not a good sight to see for the Wind. Richards did go down hard, and now she is helped off the ice by Morency and Glant, her teammates. The trainer, Corey Glant, hopping out there to help Richards off the ice as well. She is hurting, and she will take a seat here and be evaluated by the staff for a few minutes. Hopefully nothing too serious, as she took a nasty cross-check there from Kayla Batchelder, who will serve 2 minutes or less in the penalty box with the Wind going back to the power play. Annie Pierre-Morency taking this draw against Renee Chapman. Chapman wins it, but can't get the clear out. Here's the fake slapper from Rennie over to Gallant in the corner. Gallant looking for that hat-trick goal, which would also give her team the second lead of the game should they convert on this power play. Here come the chance from the home side as Morency plays out front to Gallant, but it rolls off the blade of her stick and is shot down past a sprawling Erin Rennie the length of the ice. First to the puck, though, is Renee Chapman on that penalty kill. She's met on the open side by Erin Rennie, who gets the puck back after that play. 40 seconds into this advantage for Western. They had the puck there for a good 20 seconds in the zone, but now Central is doing a great job holding that down well away from Janae Spence in the other net. Just over a minute to play here in this penalty to Kayla Batchelder of the Central Storm. The win second power play. They scored on their first opportunity of the day as Chloe Gallant throws a long wrister in, trying to catch Janae Spence off guard. Gallant is known for that, being that loose cannon, rather, from the perspective of the other team. Janae Spence, of course, knowing that well, playing against Gallant upwards of a dozen times this season. Face-off is off to Janae Spence's right as the Wind gets some new forwards on. Bailey Jones coming out of that draw. Jones looping in down behind the net. Pass intended for Molly Kate McGinnis, but that's okay as Avery Noy comes in on the pinch. She holds the puck in, but nobody is home and behind the net. McGinnis angles out the defender, Mullins of the Central Storm. Bailey Jones is back there, pressured heavily by Carly Acorn, the other defender for the Storm. Collins also caught up in that scrum down in the corner to the right of Spence. Back up to the point for Avery Noy. Noy quarterbacking this power play with only 15 seconds left before Batchelder comes out of the box. Avery Noy now lets the shot go. That one goes wide. Rebound. Bailey Jones chips it, and that one lands there on a high flyer in the slot. And Collins was jabbing at it as well. But jumping on that for the save was Janae Spence. Only 2 seconds left in this second win power play. That big line is back out there for Western. They don't have much time to work with, but may get a few extra seconds before that fifth Storm player comes back into the play way far away from their bench. Just a reminder, it is the long change here late here in the second period. Only 6 minutes and 20 seconds left until the break. It's still a tie game. The only goal of this middle frame coming off the stick of Chloe Gallant. She's had both today for the Wind. She struck on the power play in the first minute and a half for the Wind of this period, but we've seen no offense since as Gallant has that puck played out front, and she gets the backhand off to Gracie Greenham. Was weighing out front there on the Gallant pass. Also on this line is Hughes. The centers appear to be double shifting right now as Isabel Richards went off with an injury here just a couple of minutes ago, and it doesn't seem like she's ready to go yet. Still intended to on the bench by the trainers as the face-off comes all the way back to the Central Storm zone after committing an icing foul. Likely that Chloe Gallant and Bailey Jones will be rotating at the center position until they are back to a full slate of healthy forwards. Whether that's the case for the rest of the game or not, as leading to rush up the other way is the defender, Grace Larkin. Down to right wing, Larkin gets the shot off at the last second. That was deflected away by Erin Rennie on the defense. Grace London lets the shot go, almost catching Soraya Richard off guard, but she was able to scoop that one up for the save with 5:32 left in the second period. One of her first shots of the period. She hasn't seen a lot of action down there. Chloe Gallant taking that draw against Lawler, and it's won by the Wind captain, Gallant. Swung around to her regular line mate, Annie Pierre-Morency. Along those boards on that wrap, she couldn't handle it. We'll have to play it back to her defenders on the other side. Amelia Drosh tips it up for Gracie Goody. Goody works it hard enough to get that up and out of the zone, and she'll read the rush down the other way. Chloe Glant far on the other side was able to stay onside despite taking a couple of shoves from some Storm players on the blue line. But the Storm will now calm down the other way now. Livy Lawler heading down there into that zone, shoots it in behind the Richard net. Got there for a moment, picked off there by the Storm. This is a tired forward line for the Wind. Chloe Glant fanned on that clearing attempt, looking for Morency up the wall on the close side. Morency now has it on the wrap, and Kayla Batchelder will back off, so the puck gets out of the zone. Morency looking to pin Cassie Gordon of the Storm along those boards. Gordon will just shoot it in. Alyssa Perry has that puck caught in her feet. Waiting at the side of the net is Renee Chapman. Chapman now has the puck. Chapman right out front looking for Gordon there, but she was tied up and couldn't get to the puck. Carly Acorn down back to Gordon. Gordon and Bailey Jones jabbing up at it. We got a penalty coming against somebody. It's going to be a hooking call against who we're about to find out. Down deep in the Western Wind end. And it'll be against Cassie Gordon, 200 feet from her net. So the Western Wind are going back to the power play here. The third straight opportunity in the second period. Just over 4 minutes left to play here in this tie game. 2-2 in the second period of this tie game. Still another 20 minutes or more after that. Bridget Linkletter off the Wind, face-off win. It's a shot through a crowd, and that is knocked down by Kayla Batchelder. A gutsy block by the defender, and she'll shoot it all the way down the ice sheet. Linkletter, D to Avery Noy. Noy pressured there closely by a pair of Storm forecheckers, but gets up to Molly Kate McGinnis. Joined there by Ella Collins as the trail in forward. Bailey Jones driving there hard to the net. Back to Linkletter. Linkletter over to Avery Noy at the point. Noy flicks one in the direction of Spence and net, but is unable to hit the target. Back to Linkletter. She'll shoot it herself this time, and Bailey Jones at the side of the net couldn't find it. Mullins was all over her on the defense. Directing that puck toward the net now. McGinnis tried to shove that one through. Back to Ella Collins behind the net, who plays it to McGinnis. McGinnis will walk out of the corner, cross ice to Avery Noy, who misplayed it there for a second, so not as smooth of a play as she would like, but she held the line. But that didn't last long as Mullins shoots it up to center ice, where Bridget Linkletter was waiting for that puck. Only 50 seconds left in the Cassie Gordon minor penalty for hooking on the third Wind power play. They're 1 for 2 today. Chloe Glant striking on that power play opportunity early here in the second period. The only goal in this middle frame. It's a 2-2 game. Gracie Goody powers through. Goody off balance there off the shove from Kayla Batchelder. She's had a lot of penalty kill time, not only in this game, but the entire tournament. It's a heavily penalized Central Storm team, as mentioned. That last penalty was their 25th of the tournament. The next closest team in terms of penalties is the Wind with 18, when taking one penalty today and paying for it, in which was a Central Storm power play goal from Renee Chapman, as that puck is flicked on net by Goody. Only 5 seconds left in that penalty for the Central Storm. There's a big kill for them. It's been a really tooth and nail battle in the second period. Not a lot of offensive scoring as we've been used to from other teams in this tournament, as Chloe Glant wins the draw back there. And Rennie, it's a heavy clapper in on Janae Spence, but she tracked that one all the way through. That face-off will go right back to the same slot. Chloe Glant centering Morency and Gracie Goody. Livy Lawler on the other side of the face-off dot. A big defensive zone draw for Central to close off this power play, and that will do it. As stepping over the box is Cassie Gordon. 1 for 3 now is Western on the 5-on-4 advantage this morning. Kayla Batchelder looks to get that started, but Morency, as she has, comes all tournament, comes out of nowhere to catch the unsuspecting defender off guard. And Morency is still right there in the heat of the battle. Losing it, though, to Paige Hancock, who shoves that on and out of the zone. And now it's a partial 3-on-1 as Hancock lets the shot go up high, and that is shouldered away by Soraya Richard. An important save down on the rush lane this period. The Storm have been playing better, as we've seen today at the end of the period. Just over 2 minutes left in the first period when Chapman, got the scoring going for the Storm team. And then Molly Doyle scored with only 5.8 seconds left in the opening frame of this hockey game. That was the last time Central was able to beat Soraya Richard in net. They only beat her once on Friday night in that 3-1 loss to Western. They've already solved her twice today, so if that's a good omen for Central, so be it. As Richards back on the ice after that injury, going right again against Kayla Batchelder. Batchelder was who shoved her down that first time in about the middle of the period, but she's back out for a shift to try it out. Looking all right there on that rush, going in with head of the steam, and Richards is in on Batchelder again, but Batchelder will just slap that around the boards. The line is held by Noy though, as Greenan chips away at it, but Grace Larkin was there first to clear the puck once more for Central. Final 30 seconds of the period as Central shoots that down the ice. Grace London was the intended target of that pass from Batchelder. Now Batchelder will just throw that high up off the glass, but that will result in an icing call against the Storm. Another second ticked off the clock there. A few fans here up in the stands were shouting clock. There's only a second though. I'm not sure if that will change. I don't think it will, as the face-off comes all the way back down to the Central zone. Late period opportunity here as Molly Kate McGinnis lines up directly behind Bailey Jones, who ties up Livy Lawler in the draw. But Grace Larkin takes that puck out for the Storm. Caught up in that is D partner Carly Acorn as the Storm look to keep it out of their net here in the dying seconds of the second period. Kept in by Aaron Rennie, but that will be the very last play of the second period as we have a tie game heading into the final 20 minutes of this bronze medal. Chloe Glant, the only scorer for the Wind here. Only a minute 25 into the second period. That was the only goal of this middle frame. She has 2 today. Responding for the Central Storm way back in that first period were Renee Chapman and Molly Doyle. But there's no scoring other than that, as the goaltenders from Janae Spence in the Central net to Soraya Richard for the Wind have been standing tall. In less than 15 minutes here, we'll be back to prime you for the third period after the Zamboni goes to resurface the ice here. We'll be right back after that here in Tyne Valley. Good morning and welcome back to day 4 of the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under 18 Hockey Championships. Here in the bronze medal game, the Battle of PEI, meeting number 26 between the Central Storm and the Island Champs, the Western Wind, as the teams prepare to retake the ice. Both doors are open for each of these competitors this morning. It's a 2-2 score so far through 2 of 3 and maybe more periods of play. More than that if this game stays tied. It was 2-1 after 20 minutes in favor of Central, but Chloe Glant changed that just a minute and 25 seconds into the second period on the power play. The one-timer off the cross-ice pass from Gracie Goody, easily one of the nicest win goals in this tournament. And that is the equalizer right now as the clock reads 20 with the teams coming on back to the ice. And although the Storm gave up that last one, it's good to take things into perspective when you're the Island runner-ups. In the final, they only had 2 goals in 3 games. The Island final against the Wind, they're already at 2 goals only through 2 periods of this game. When they played the Wind the other day, they could only beat goaltender Soraya Richard once. They've already beat her twice. So if you were to ask the Storm, you'd be in a pretty happy place heading into this third and possibly final period. But the Wind, they are firing on all cylinders as well. They had the better second period. They're getting those goals finally from Chloe Glant. She is finding her groove late in this Atlantic tournament as the puck is dropped here to begin the third period. A medal on the line between these two Island teams. There will be a PEI team on the podium this year. Which one will it be? Walsh leading down the ice with a head of steam right up the middle of the brand new ice sheet here at the Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center. Opening earlier in the season, December 21, a game between these very same two teams on the ice in front of you. A 2-2 tie was that game. 2-2 score is the tally right now. 39 seconds into the first period where we have our first stoppage of play as that puck skips up and out into the netting. And we're going to have a penalty here. Off to the boxes, Emily Gardner. And for the 4th consecutive time, the Wind are off to the power play. Remember, they scored on the power play very early in the second. That goal scorer, who also has the other one, Chloe Glant, looking for the 40-goal season. She's at 39 in total right now. She wins the draw back to Erin Rennie. The Wind have scored early in both periods, just over 2 minutes in the first and then just under in the second. Can they do it again? They have a prime opportunity to do so as Goody lets a shot go. Ready for that was Spence on the rebound. Spinning around there was Goody with that one. Back up the point is McGuigan. McGuigan's shot across ice is hit on the slap attempt by Chloe Glant. Eludes her stick. And that one comes on out. They'll have to start again. Annie Pierre-Morency at that line, trying to make a forehand-backhand shift, but is able to get it deep enough. Gracie Goody in the puck battle there with Livy Lawler, the Storm captain on this penalty kill unit. McGuigan fans on the pass intended for Morency. And with a minute 12 on the clock in this power play, the puck is sent the 200 feet down the ice towards Soraya Richard in the Wind net. That's tipped on down to Chloe Glant, but that puck was soaring out of control, and it is returned back down behind the Wind goal line. Erin Rennie pressure there heavily by Hambly. Hambly is Chapman waiting out front, but she lost it. Chloe Glant was back there to lead the breakout. Glant finding Morency. Cross ice for Goody. Goody had a little bit of room, but couldn't handle the hard pass from Morency. Goody down into the corner, and Morency was parked in front, but covered by Chapman closely. Goody down in the corner. Goody tied with Chloe Glant for the team lead in goals in this Atlantic tournament, as Morency was the intended target of that pass and she couldn't handle it. Avery Noy was tied up there by a killer, trying to clear that puck desperately was Georgia Hambly. She gets it over to her defender, and Drosh holds the line again for the Wind. They only have 15 seconds left on this first penalty of the period as Morency had it in her feet again. I can't count on one hand how many times she's had that chance in front, but has just not been able to get the break she's been looking for. Morency is a pair in this tournament. One of them was shorthanded against this Storm team just a couple of nights ago right here in Tyne Valley as Bailey Jones cuts into the slot. Jones a shot, it came loose just for half a second, but Janae Spence with Ella Collins barreling down on the Storm net makes the save and forces the face-off off to her left. 17:08 as the Storm fall to 1-4 on the 5-on-4 this morning in this all-important bronze medal game. It is tied up at 2, so somebody is going to score again. If not in the third, then in overtime and double overtime or whatever it may be, as McGinnis's wrister along the ice is sticked away by Spence. Now Collins is down the corner with it, contended there by Quilty. Quilty playing on that left side on the Central Storm blue line. It's thrown on that. Jones is denied by Spence. I don't know how she tracked that one, as that was a lightning quick rebound that was then redirected by Jones at the net. But a kick save and a beauty keeps that one out and keeps this game tied at 2. Both teams change up and finish their changes. Isabel Richards was hurt there halfway through the second period and played one shift to end off that middle frame after taking a few off. But she's out there and rolling at 100% by the looks of things right now. Bridgette Linkletter, the defender, is back up there and pulls the reverse off to Richards. It's up, touching the sticks of all of the forwards on the ice, from Gracie Greenan to Brianna Hughes in the white jerseys. But it's a giveaway to Grace Larkin of the Storm, and Larkin evades a few wing players, makes a move around, and at the last second, Emily McGuigan sticked off a heck of a rush by Grace Larkin. Larkin's shown signs of life this period on the offensive side. Of course, has been a rock back on that blue line playing the left point as she clears it back up toward the wind end, where Grace London, the other Grace on this Central Storm team, could not handle the pass as the wind players change up. It was close there. They took it too many players on the ice penalty early in the game. Get away with it there as Cody comes in on the tight angle. Fooled Janae Spence a little bit as she was left standing up there and diving forward just a little bit as the puck goes up to Chapman. Renee Chapman has the first Storm goal of this game way back in the first period. It was on the power play at the time, tying the game at 1. Also with the goal today for the Storm, Molly Doyle. 5.4 seconds left in that first period. That was way back 25 minutes ago as they crossed the 5-minute mark of the third period in this tie game. Chloe Glantz wrister was blocked there by Kayla Batchelder, I believe, on that Central blue line. Walking in is Emily Gardner. Gardner lets the wrister go, tracking that all the way through with Soraya Richard with her first big save of this final full period of regulation. Bailey Jones is back in there behind the wind net to force that puck on out of danger, but she's cut off. Jones tied up there in a battle with a pair of Storm players, Gordon and Walsh, both in there. They force that back to teammate on the blue line, Acorn, and is forced around the boards for Collins. Collins collided there a bit with a back checker from the Storm team, but forced over to teammate Goody way over on the right wing. Bailey Jones centering this line on this shift as Goody is caught out there in a long shift, but finally changes up with Molly Kate McGinnis. Paige Hancock starting out the breakout for the Storm, and is picked off by McGinnis fresh off the bench. She's tripped up and there's no call in the play. She gets right back up rather quickly though against Acorn and throws it back to Drosh on the blue line. She lets a half clapper go, but that is well wide of the net. Molly McGinnis went to throw that out front, but that is off a stick as a pair of players fall down there. Nobody can seem to stay on their feet this period. Drosh's shot just misses wide. Gracie Greenan waits on the half wall. A player for the Wind is changing up, so they wait for her to come back as it's deflected on net. And Janae Spence followed it all the way through to keep it out. Paige Hancock, at the end of a long shift herself, will change up on the dump in. And Amelia Drosh has a little bit of time to work with way down at the other end. Drosh goes to flick that up, but that is knocked down by Georgia Hambley, who takes a heavy shoulder by Gracie Greenan, and Greenan will get called on that by the back official. It's a body checking call, and the Central Storm will go back to the power play for the third time this morning. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. Off to the left of Soraya Richard in the win net to the left of your screen. Right at the top is where the face-off is taking place. Adjacent to that wind bench, it's a tie-up and a heavy shot here by everybody's surprise. Renee Chapman showing what she can do with that shot of hers, and just about gave the Central Storm another lead, but Richard was all over that with the glove save. Face off right back to where it was 5 seconds before. Holding that line is Kayla Batchelder, but taking a heavy forward check there by the killer Morency. Down to Chloe Glant, the center, down there in the corner to help her defender out. Avery Noy also out in this penalty kill, and so is Emily McGuigan as a shot down the ice by Noy. Morency with a head of steam coming down is first to that puck, but is angled out by Batchelder. Fire back down the ice on the breakout attempt on this Storm power play. They are 1 for 2 so far today, their second power play goal of this tournament. They came into this game with just the one power play goal, and they added another as that is sticked away by Avery Noy playing in the defensive spot out front. Batchelder holds the blue line, makes a nice move around Molly Kate McGinnis, but diving for that was the captain, Chloe Glant. And the faithful here in Tyne Valley love that play as the captain goes off after a great penalty killing shift. 55 seconds yet to play on this penalty to Gracie Greenan of the Wind. The Storm looking to make something happen on this power play. Still in a 2-2 game as we approach the midway point of the period. Gracie Goody gets a good penalty killing shift going there on the wraparound. Couldn't get a clean shot though. She's out there with Molly Kate McGinnis. She's been out there for a while now. Came out early in this penalty kill for the Wind. Emily Garner cuts in behind the net. Garner looking to get her head up and get control of that puck, but she couldn't quite do that there. Time is ticking down now, down to 20 seconds in this minor penalty against the Wind. Handling that puck is Molly Doyle. As one of the two Central goals this morning, as the puck is headman to Walsh. Brooke Walsh on the 2-on-1, the shot, and a big blocker save by Soraya Richard, one of her best this period for sure, as it goes up and out of play. Only 4 seconds left on the Central power play, and that was by far the best chance on this particular 5-on-4 advantage for Central. Brooke Walsh is tied for 4th in team scoring this year, 8 points in 20 games of league play. Has 5 goals and another one to make it 6 in total on the season. That other one, that 6th goal, coming a couple days ago in this very same Atlantics tournament. Only 6 players on the Storm team came in with points, 5 of them with goals into this bronze medal game today. One of them was Walsh, also scoring for Central this tournament. Renee Chapman, Georgia Hambley, Livy Lawler, Emily Gardner, and then just in the first period there, Molly Doyle for the first time. Leading this breakout now. Cassie Gordon, the intended receiver of that pass from Carly Acorn. But first back to that puck is Emily McGuigan in the corner for the Western Wind. Brianna Hughes on the breakout, picks it up right in the high slot of her own end, and will curl on out and pull a couple figure 8 style maneuvers before going over into the corner after her own dumping. Right after is Gracie Green and fresh out of the box. Her team doing well to kill off that penalty here midway through the third period rather. Brianna Hughes backhands that in the direction of Janae Spencer-Net. Not much there as Greenan cuts in. Greenan scores! Gracie Greenan on the score sheet for the first time in this Atlantics tournament. And it gives the Win a 3-2 lead here late in the bronze medal game. Could Greenan make her first of the tournament and her third of the season? Could she make it look any better than with that shot? As Glenn cuts in, batted away by Spencer-Net. Greenan fires it off of Spence's water bottle at the top of the net, right in the top shelf, catching Spence hot dogging down low on the knees. As the puck squirts back over, Hancock gets the spinorama off, but Amelia Drosh is right on her back. But wow, what a goal for Greenan to give the Win their first lead since late in the first period. That puck is off a stick and off over in the corner. Grace Larkin attempted that point shot as Chloe Glant cuts in, tries to let the long shot go. She's liked using that outside shot to test Spence from the perimeter today. That one doesn't even get through Batchelder. Come back the other way is Livy Lawler, looking for her second goal of the tournament and her first since the opening game against the Edsa West Reds. She has been unable to find the score sheet since then, but she's been close on many occasions, including this morning here in Tyne Valley, as that puck was covered up by Soraya Richard. As mentioned, Greenan tied for 10th in team scoring this year, had 5 points in 20 games played in league play. That's her first goal and point of this Atlantics tournament, and depending on how these final 9 minutes go, it could be the one that gives the Wind the medal, the bronze medal, on their home turf here in Tyne Valley. Batchelder exchanging with D partner Grace Larkin there, going D to D. Bobbling it was Larkin, and she'll get it back after the Wind throw it right back at her. Ella Collins right in there, pinning her up along the boards. Accompanying her is Molly Kate McGinnis to chuck that back in. Taking the puck now is Emily Gardner. She has 4 in the tournament. What a better time to add 5, and that is blocked. A gutsy one there off the shin pads of Emily McGuigan. Getting that out of the zone now is Hughes on this line. Now up to Richards. On there with the goal scorer Greenan, right out there back on the ice. Greenan converting on that turnover, guilty of the Central Storm and the being Janae Spence up high, and that is the go-ahead goal for the Wind right now. They lead by a score of 3-2 in this bronze medal game. Isabel Richards forks that up to Hughes, who is waiting in the center ice circle, and she'll fire it down, and this third line power line for the Western Wind will change up. Brentzy, Glant, and Goody are out there, the top line. They've combined for a couple of goals this afternoon, both off the stick of Chloe Glant, as the puck is shot down the ice by the Central Storm for an icing. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. What a fun one this is. Less than 8 minutes left in regulation. Time is a-ticking for the Central Storm. They had 1 extra player on there, so the face-off is delayed an extra 5 seconds and won by the Wind. Amelia Drosh lets a shot go, and the rebound attempt by Glant goes wide. Falling into the boards as Grace London is kept in by Erin Rennie of the Wind. Right in behind the net to pick up the puck is Glant. She swings it back in the reverse, hoping that Gracie Goody would work her way out from in front of the net. Morency has to come in, and Goody gets there as well, but Livy Lawler takes it away and is shoved up on the boards there with the help of Hambly and Grace London, and Hambly is now in pursuit of the puck, but Amelia Drosh wins the foot race. No icing call or nothing as play continues down all the way down at the other end of the rink in the Western Wind zone. Lawler tried to throw that back out front, but that's off a stick of Chloe Glant, on a tear this game with 2 goals. Amelia Drosh leads the breakout on out. Gracie Goody at the end of the long shift will chuck it back in. Her and Glant will head to the bench as Morency stays on the forecheck. Morency has been a force to reckon with if you're an opposing defender trying to break out against the Wind. We've seen some good forechecks this weekend, and one of them has been the Western Wind, especially of Morency, as Walsh cuts to the middle. Walsh, the shot! And ready for that was Soraya Richard, who came up with a huge save on the always dangerous and energetic Brooke Walsh of the Central Storm. Be sure to tune in with us in just over an hour's time, depending on how this game ends. It's very possible the game is moved back. If, for instance, the Storm are able to tie this and send this to overtime action, we will see. But after this bronze medal game is the gold medal game between the Northern Subway Selects and the Edsa West Reds for not only the Atlantic banner, but the right to represent the Atlantic region at the Esso Cup, the National Women's Under-18 Championships in Okotoks, Alberta. Originally hosted by the Prince Albert Bears, but due to various factors having to do with COVID that has hindered this tournament over the past 3 years. Hockey Canada has decided to move it to a neutral site where the TELUS Cup, the men's under-18 championships, will be played at the same facilities and the same time. That'll be decided later on. For now, the bronze medal will be decided between these two PEI teams as the puck is frozen right now thanks to a goal, the first goal of the tournament off the stick of Gracie Greenan. The Western Wind have the 3-2 lead with under 6 to play in this final regulation period.
Once again, that number is 804.
And this Greenan out there on the ice right now, just outside the zone on the close side. It's a tie up there, but Hughes is right in there for the Wind. Gracie Greenan on top of the puck. She'll take it in the slot, but on the backhand, pressured heavily by defender Grace Larkin. What a game she's been having on the blue line for the Central Storm. Has been a force to reckon with. Powerful in both offensive and defensive play for the Storm. Jillian Casey out there with Brigitte Linkletter. This shutdown pairing for the Wind. I expect them to see quite a bit of time playing defense in these final minutes as they look to hold off their rivals, the Central Storm, as a shot from Gardner comes through. And standing up for that one and freezing it is Soraya Richard. Another big save for the Wind netminder. That forces a face-off just to Richard's left. Chloe Gland in there on the face-off with Renee Chapman on the offensive side. Trying to get that shot again is Emily Gardner. Gardner and Chapman are joined by Perry on this line. That's the point shot from the defender is blocked away by Richard. Where number 11 is Maggie Mullins on that point, playing with Grace Larkin right now. Looking to finally crack the armor for the first time since late in the first period of Soraya Richard, who has been unbeatable since that second goal from Molly Doyle. Chloe Gland shoots it with assertion up and off the glass, wrapping all around. Central Storm completing the change there. That's off a body. It was Gracie Goody going for the pickoff. Emily Gardner feeds Livy Lawler fresh off the bench, and Lawler was poked away. A great stick there by Amelia Drosh as the puck is head man for Collins. Ella Collins, and on the one-on-one, the shot is paddled away by Spence in net. Collins caught there by both Batcheiler and Livy Lawler, and behind Spence's net, Bailey Jones right off the bench going in to help her, and play is not moving. That will force a face-off inside to Spence's left. Just over 4 minutes to play here in this third period. Wind by the skin of their teeth, hanging on to a 3-2 lead. Chloe Glant with 2 today, and Gracie Greenan with the latest just about 7 or 8 minutes ago to give Western their first lead since late in the first period. Central's going to win that face-off, and they get it out of the zone. Georgia Hambley is up there on that line with Livy Lawler and Molly Doyle. Doyle looking to score a second of the game and the tournament. What a time to do that and tie the game here in Tyne Valley. On the other hand, the Wind are trying to do the exact opposite, whether they score another goal or not, and prevent that from happening. It's chopped out of the zone by Molly Kate McGinnis. McGinnis supported there by Bailey Jones. Jones stormed down that wing, couldn't get the quality shot off as Livy Lawler had a good back check for the Storm to keep it out of harm's way. Avery Noy throws it over into the corner as both teams complete some changes. Beyond that net is Kayla Batchilder, starting this all-important breakout for the Central Storm. I'm sure it won't be long until Central contemplates pulling Janae Spence from the net for that extra attacker, but we'll see what happens here in the next minute and a half of play. Leading that rush out is Gordon. Gordon on the second attempt gets it down deep in behind the Richard net. Avery Noy was waiting for it down there. It's a pass out onto the wing by Richards, and Richards will now dump it and do the exact same thing as the Western Wind. Get some fresh bodies on. It's a top line of Goody, Gallant, and Morency. As much as they've been good scorers, they've also played great defense as well. Of course, that best defense is offense, and they've really personified that expression this weekend. But even in their own end, that penalty kill responsibility and everything from all three of these forwards has been something to watch on the Western side. Morency shooting that back in behind the net. Just looking to kill time now, and what a player to do that for Western than Morency, who is just a pain if you're the other team to work with when you're trying to break out. Aaron Rennie holds the line for Western as most of their players retreat. Now Gracie Goody is in there looking to stop Mullins on the breakout the other way. Linkletter hits Aaron Rennie on the way out. Rennie couldn't handle it though. Chloe Glant does. She'll shoot it in. Glant coming in on the play. Cuts back in. Another move by Glant. What a save by Janae Spence late in this game, preventing Glant from putting up the hat trick here in the final 2 minutes of this period. The Storm have to get some offensive pressure going here soon, but this top line for the Wind is just saying no. It's picked off again. Molly Kate McGuinness, as these lines are just rolling through here and raising hell for this Western Wind team. The line was not quite held there by Collins as it skipped over his stick and went out, but that's okay for the Wind as they head right back in there. 1:15 left in this game. Time is a-ticking for the Central Storm. Emily Gardner will finally look to get that puck out if they can first get by this relentless Western Wind forecheck. What a performance here the last couple of minutes to keep them out of the zone. Off to the benches, Janae Spence as Lawler takes it in. It's picked off by Drosh and is shot down the ice. The extra attacker is on. It is the final, it is the last stand for the Central Storm, down to 48 seconds for one last shot at the middle. Chloe Glant stripping Larkin at the opposing blue line. A second opportunity here for Georgia Hambley. 6 players on for the Central Storm with the goalie. Janae Spence gone to the bench. Pinned in behind the net is Lawler, Jones, and McGuigan, and behind the net looking to kill off the final seconds. They're down to 25. Held up there in the corner as the bells and whistles start to ring here in Tyne Valley. The Western Wind 22.6 seconds from calling the bronze medal theirs and finding their way to the podium at home. And there will be a timeout called by the Central Storm here in the final seconds of this game. Quick 30-second timeout here as each side will take a breather. The face-off will be to the left of Soraya Richard, who has not been beat since the final 5 seconds of that first period. Each team will talk it over out on that ice. For Central right now, it looks like Emily Gardner, Georgia Hambley, and Livy Lawler will be 3 of the forwards out there. I believe Walsh is out there too. Grace Larkin likely one of the defenders. On the other side, Chloe Gland and Annie Pierre Morency are 2 of those forwards. Bailey Jones out there in the third. It's Jones's final game in minor hockey, looking to cap that off with a medal on the Atlantic stage. Kayla Batchelder is one of the defenders out there. Brooke Walsh is another forward, and she's assisted out there on the far side by Grace Larkin. As it's cut to the net, here's the backhand shot, oh so close to Emily Gardner, and a shot down the ice with 15 seconds left. People are starting to come to their feet here in Tyne Valley. Leading the rush up is Larkin. Last chance, only 5 seconds left. She's got off the boards there by Morency, and the puck is stripped, and that will do it. The Western Wind treat the home fans here in Tyne Valley with a bronze medal as the PEI champs for the 16th time this season. Best their counterparts from the Eastern and then the Central Storm, and capture the bronze medal here at home at the Atlantic Championships.
And 20 for the Western Wind.
What a performance by the Wind here in the final 20 minutes of this hockey game. Of course, not only the big goal by Gracie Greenan to make this game 3-2 halfway through the period, but just that all-around team effort to stifle any Central Storm comeback hopes. Soraya Richard with another huge performance, her second win of the championships, coming at the most important time. We'll throw it down the ice here now for the player of the game presentations, the most sportsmanlike player of the game presentations, and as this team has been waiting for the Western Wind since yesterday afternoon, the bronze medal presentations. Your 2022 Atlantic Championship bronze medalists, the Western Wind.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to present the players of the game for both teams. First, the visiting Central Storm. Player of the game, the goaltender, Janae Spence. And the most sportsmanlike player was the number 5, Libby Law. And now, the player of the game for the Western Wind, the captain, number 13, Corey Moran. And today's most sportsmanlike player for the win goes to number 7, Isabel Richards.
Other than a gold medal at the Atlantics, is there much of a better way to cap off this season if you're Chloe Glant? 39 goals, 2 of them coming today, 3 in the championships. A big part in this win for, of course, for the win today with 2 of their 3 goals. And Isabel Richards, that most sportsmanlike honor, hurt there in the second period, got right back up, and was part of the play that led to the winning goal by Gracie Green. And on the other side, this game would be much different if it wasn't for Janae Spence in the central net, especially in that third period, beat on a very good shot by Gracie Greenan, but that was it. Since early in the second period, she has been on fire for the central team and come so close, only within a goal of medaling here at the Atlantic Championships. And Livy Lawler, the powerhouse up front, again for the Central Storm, that captain showing why she has the C on her chest. Showed that all tournament long, played with heart every game, and is well deserving of that honor today. Medals will be handed out as well. The same thing happened with the Eastern Icebreakers yesterday. Although Central won't make the podium, they will receive participation medals from Hockey PEI for their play here in this tournament. The Storm finished the tournament with 1 win and 4 losses. That one coming against the Eastern Icebreakers Friday morning. And the Wind, of course, 3-2. 2 wins against their island rivals, who they've beat the last 6 times and in 8 of their last 9 meetings now.
Number 12, Carly Acorn. Number 14, she's with us today, Kaylee Buckley. Number 16, Georgia Hamley. Number 17, Renee Chapman. Number 19, Grace Larkin. Number 20, Alyssa Perry. Number 30, Affiliated players, number 4, Captain McDonald. Number 15, Taylor Hunter. And last but definitely not least, number 18, Emily Gardner.
Huge ovation there for Emily Gardner. Before this tournament, as mentioned, only playing 3 games with this team, coming out of nowhere practically to light the lamp for the Storm this weekend. 4 goals in 4 games, including a hat trick. As the Central Storm coaching staff is honored as well. Gordy Walsh, Jason Batchilder, and Maggie Grimmer rounding out the coaches there, leading, if you can describe the Storm in one word, hard-working. Just banging and crashing away. Everybody, especially the likes of Lawler and Brooke Walsh, those centers that have been all over the place for Central this weekend, as the Western Wind will receive their bronze medals here on home ice to break in the new barn here in Tyne Valley.
Number 1, Maya Moffett. Number 3, Gracie Gooding. Number 4, Bailey Jones. Number 5, Avery Noy.
Loud cheers for 2 of the Tyne Valley natives, Avery Noy and Bailey Jones. Of course, there are 5 on this team. Jones, Noy, the captain, Gallant, as well as Amelia Drosh on defense, and Ella Collins wearing number 97 in white. The 5 Tyne Valley players on this Western PEI team. And it is tough trying out for this Western team and for 5 different Tyne Valley players to make it, as there are many hockey communities and associations west of about Kensington West and Crapo, which is midway to Charlottetown. Everybody west of that trying out for this win team. And it shows the dedication of these players. Truly the best on this side of PEI.
Number 16, Gracie Greenan.
The bronze goal scorer, Gracie Greenan, her first of the tournament and 3rd of the year, and it couldn't come at a better time as she herself gets a big ovation there.
Number 33, Soraya Richard.
The winning goalie, the starter for the Wind all year, ends off the tournament with 2 straight wins against their island rivals to seal the medal. And as you've seen there, Kaylee Lutley of the Storm and Kristen Taylor of the Wind accepting their medals, although missing the tournament with injuries, but they were there all weekend long to support their teams.
Number 66, Annie Pierre Morrissey. Number 77, Jillian Casey. And number 97, Ella Tall. The Western Wind are coached by head coach Eric Morrissey. Assistant coaches Corey Gallant,
And as the coaches go to accept their awards, head coach Eric Morency, accompanied by assistants Haley Ellis and Corey Glant, this caps off a stellar season from a coaching perspective. 29 games played for the Western Wind this year. Only 6 losses, along with 6 ties in that span, as they've won the other 16 games. Loud ovations as well for tournament organizer, head of the tournament organizing committee, the 2 heads, Tanya Noy and Nicole Drosh, the trainer out there as well, Jennifer Collins. All mothers of 3 of the Tyne Valley players, as everybody accepts their medals, as the Western Wind is on the podium here at home. What a way to cap off the tournament if you're the Wind, with 3 straight wins to take 3rd place in this tournament. Not the gold medal they wanted. There are some good teams in this tournament, though, and it's a lot to be proud of if you're both teams. But it feels extra bittersweet for this Western Wind team. The first medal on this stage in the Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center since it opened in December 2021. It was a strange season for these PEI teams. As mentioned time and time again, they played each other 24 times this season, 21 in the regular season, and thrice more in the provincial final. Of course, COVID got in the way a few times there, only making things even stranger, as the Wind will celebrate and the Storm will pack up their gear. I believe everybody will get a team photo in as well to send farewell to their seasons. And that leaves one more game for all the marbles, the Atlantic Championship, and the right to attend the Esso Cup in mid-May in Okotoks, Alberta. That will be between the Northern Subway Selects of Nova Scotia and the Edzo West Reds of New Brunswick. That'll be up next. Maybe a bit of a late start to the game than the listed 12 p.m. start time because of the post-game ceremony here. That is still ongoing. But we will be with you again soon here on the final live cast of this 2022 Atlantic Women's Hockey Championship, Under-18 Women's Hockey Championship here on PEI. My name is Luke Diamond. Thank you for tuning in bright and early on this Sunday morning. Hope to see you again here for the last game of this Atlantic Championship to see who earns the right to travel to Alberta and represent the Atlantic region. So long for now, and we'll see you soon. Hello again and good afternoon from Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island, here at the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under 18 Hockey Championships. Well, folks, this is it. The Nova Scotia flag is up on one bench and the New Brunswick flag for the other. The battle between these provinces today, the gold medal at this Atlantic tournament, and a battle for a berth in the SO Cup next month in Okotoks, Alberta. The winner of that game will make the trip out west to play for a national title potentially. On one side, it's the ADST West Reds in the black jerseys taking the ice here right, and about to step out of the tunnel here will be the Northern Subway Selects, the 4-0 team from the round robin, sporting a goal differential of plus 34 through 4 games of play, 36 goals for, only 2 given up, and none in their last 2 games. My name is Luke Diamond. Thanks again for joining us for Game 12 of the 12 at this Atlantic Championship, as the Subway Selects, the team to beat, are in the white jerseys, taking the ice to your left. The ADST West Reds started this tournament 3-0 before colliding with Northern yesterday. They played yesterday morning bright and early at 9 a.m. That game was all Northern from start to finish. It was a 9-0 final in favor of the Subway Selects. A big game, especially for their top scorers, including Captain Sarah Stewart, who scored a hat trick against that ADST West Reds team yesterday. Reds are looking to bounce back, hoping to get the kinks out of their system from yesterday and go for the gold medal here this afternoon as we tune down to the PA on the ice for the introduction and the national anthem before the puck drops here at the gold medal game.
Of the 2022 U18 AAA Atlantic Hockey Championships. This game features the visiting ADST West Reds, representing and the home team, the Northern Subway Selects, representing Nova Scotia. As a partner, Fair Play Hockey Canada is attempting to remove all verbal and physical abuse from sporting activities. Therefore, profanity directed at any player, official, or fan will not be tolerated and will result in your immediate ejection from the game. We thank you in advance for your cooperation. Cavendish Farms Community Event Center is designated as a smoke-free facility. At this time, the host committee for the 2022 U18 AAA Atlantics would like to acknowledge the outstanding work of our officials this weekend. Come on, guys, let's hear it for them. Thank you for keeping our players safe, by doing a well-called tournament, and by showing the young hockey fans in the stands that girls can not only play hockey, but command all aspects on the ice. Great job, ladies. Without further ado, here are the officials for today's gold medal game. The referees are Natasha Perry and Ellen Dixon. Joining them doing the lines are Carly Snow and Bailey Carr. At this time, I would like to call upon Jared Caldwell from the host committee to say a few words.
Hello everybody. Before I start, there's some people we need to recognize for pulling off this tournament. First question I was asked when I got here the first day was, where did you find that guy who's broadcasting our games? Northern Road was the answer. Hats off to Luke and Ivan for broadcasting this across Atlantic Canada. Good job, guys. I'm sure a few of you guys have met Bob Noy through the weeks on 50-50. Great job, Bob. Like always, thank you. Another comment we get is how great of a job we have over the PA this weekend. The music is fantastic. Anybody who knows Sean knows how shy he is. So it's very nice to see Sean Adams coming to the shelf this weekend. He took 2 days off work, volunteered for this. Great job, Sean. Lastly, we need to thank our volunteers. We couldn't pull this off without you. As we mentioned before, this tournament usually takes about a year to plan. We did it in 6 weeks. Nicole and Tanya put together a great team, from the greeting at the door to the best hospitality room anybody's ever seen. Thank you, volunteers. We couldn't have done it without you. Now, to our parents and fans, thank you so much for coming to our community and cheering on the players. This is a special moment for everybody, and thanks so much for making it more special. The crowd's been electric all weekend. Thank you, guys. Lastly, to the players. This was such an impressive tournament to watch. It was awesome. No other way to put it. It was such a pleasure to watch. Great job, everybody. Good luck to Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and let's have a great game.
I now ask you to please rise if you're able to. Remove your hats and caps for today's playing of O Canada.
There isn't much more to say now. The Subway Selects are the favorites heading into this one, but they have one last challenge in their way through the EDSA West Reds before they can say they're Atlantic champions. And for the Reds, they have their biggest test of the season here this Sunday afternoon, Championship Sunday here at the Atlantic Championships, as they look to take down the Beasts from Northern Nova Scotia. Let's meet our starting goalies. Over on your left for the Subway Selects, it's Georgia Burrows. She leads everybody in save percentage this tournament, putting up a .960 save percentage. She's allowed just 1 goal in her last 2 games. Over in the other net, it is Christy Michaud. Last night at the tournament awards banquet, she was named goaltender of the tournament, and deservingly so. A .947 save percentage. Herself no slouch when it comes to keeping pucks out of the net. She's made 36 saves this tournament in 2 games for the Reds. She was in net yesterday for 1 period against the Subway Selects, as her and backup Riley Partington split the duties between the pipes in what was otherwise a forgettable game for the Reds against the Subway Selects, but now they have second life this time around. On the first shift, Ella Lawrence will shoot it down the ice, but it's on the wrong side of the red line, and we'll get our first whistle of the game, as it is an icing call. Lawrence is tied for the team lead in scoring. Her and Hannah Harvey have 7 points for the Edsa West Reds this tournament in 4 games played. Lawrence only trails Bree McPherson, the defender, on the Subway Selects. When it comes to assists, McPherson has 8 and Lawrence has 6. Also, Olivia Marks is up there too. She has 7 assists of her own. As much as there is scoring on this Northern team, there is passing and teamwork. Erin McNeil skating on in there on that line, starting today with Smith and Langill. As cutting in is McNeil, and that puck is squirted off to the side, paid away by Michaud. Of course, there's 2 Michauds on this Reds team. Isabel Michaud wearing number 14, playing on that line with Ella Lawrence and Hannah Harvey, the top line for the Reds. And then Christy Michaud, the goaltender of the tournament for Edsa West. This time, Northern takes an icing call, 18:29 here in the first period. Taking that draw there for the Subway Selects is Julia McDonald, excuse me. And on the other side for the Edsa West Reds at center is Carrie and Merman. Merman in the corner there with line mate Abby Toner, and Toner takes one for the team, causing a collision in order to get that puck out, and they'll need to do that a lot today, as this Northern forecheck is perhaps just as much as they're scoring their biggest weapon that this team has used to pound teams, for lack of a better word, through the first 4 games of this tournament in the round robin. Isabel Michaud leads the rush out of the zone. Michaud, as her lineman is tripped up, she's joined by Hannah Harvey on the rush. The pass is behind Harvey as she was pressured there by the defender, Sarah Fraser. Julia McDonald and Kenzie Greencorn on this line for the Subway Slugs right now, along with Ellie Clark wearing number 8 in white. It's a DDD pass up there for Nicole Ferguson in black. Isabel Michaud lets a wrister go, and that is up high, perhaps off a deflection of somebody's stick and out of play. The face-off will remain inside, though, as the referees deem it to have gone off a stick. And now we have our first appearance of the afternoon from the Northern Subway Selects top line of Olivia Marks, Brooke Thompson on the wings, and Sarah Stewart. Stewart honored with the top scorer award and the tournament MVP honor in last night's awards gala at the nearby Mill River Resort here in Western PEI. Brooke Thompson likewise earned the top forward honor of the tournament. Playing on that line with Sarah Stewart, they both have 8 goals this tournament. Stewart leading in points with 16 in 4 games, averaging 4 points a game, is number 16, the captain for the Subway Selects. That shot trickles wide. Olivia Marks throws it down beyond the net for Stewart. Stewart spins off a player. Covering her and wiping out in the process was Nicole Ferguson, but Ferguson gets back up to clear the puck out. Having a tough time getting that puck out were Audrey Clavette and Budrow, as the shot from Brooke Thompson from the impossible angle rings off the pipe. Coming very close early in this game, less than 4 minutes in, as the shot from Bree McPherson is scooped up by Michaud. McPherson, number 5, wearing white, playing on that deep pairing with her sister Mairead McPherson. Bree was honored with the defender of the tournament in last night's awards gala. Also earning an award, taking this draw for Edsa West, was Ella Lawrence, who earned an ESO scholarship, which was awarded at the banquet. That scholarship is awarded based on factors having to do with career choice or a perceived career choice, and as well community work. That was the note I was looking for down in my notes, as a penalty is called here early in the game. It's a tripping call all the way down in the Reds' end of the ice. Heading to the box for the Subway Selects is Lily LeBlanc. She will get 2 for tripping. And this first power play of the championship game is going to the Edsa West Reds. The defensive zone draw is being taken by Sarah Stewart. Ella Lawrence is the other center in there. And Lawrence wins the draw. Scott passed to Miriam Terrio on defense. And Terrio is turned aside by the goaltender, Georgia Burrows, starting wearing number 1 in white. As the puck is shot the length of the ice by Sarah Stewart, only 20 seconds into this initial power play. It's a head-man pass for Hannah Harvey coming up that right wing on the far side. She is pressured closely by Thompson and forces a turnover to Stewart. Got it out to about center ice. Brianna Scott held the line. And Ella Lawrence will have to lead this again. Cross-ice pass to Michaud, waiting in front of that Subway Selects bench. The puck is poked off her stick, and here comes Brooke Thompson. Powerful and fast forward. Thompson is playing on that line with Stewart as the two forwards shift on up there, and so do the defenders on this power play unit for Northern. Fraser shoots at the length of the ice as the first minute has elapsed on this first penalty that was given against Lily LeBlanc for a tripping call here early. 5 minutes into this championship game, no one has found the back of the net yet. Both of these teams are accustomed to scoring a lot of goals. Northern, as mentioned, has 36 in this tournament heading into this game. Edsa West is second in offense with 18. Fraser will shoot that back down the ice as this power play nears an end. Only 20 seconds left until LeBlanc is permitted to leave the penalty box. Edsa West, after 4 games of play, has the best power play in this tournament. A 37.5% efficiency as that's given away to Greencorn. Big save there by the goaltender, Christy Michaud. Right behind her, helping her out, was Ferguson and Scott. But Michaud was sitting right down there, somehow stretching out to make the save on Kenzie Greencorn. Greencorn has 3 goals in 4 games this tournament. A total of 4 points if you add in the assists. That's compared to just 2 she scored in the regular season. So she's having a heck of a time here in Tyne Valley. Couldn't beat Michaud that time around though. Holding that puck at the line is Brie McPherson, the defender of the tournament test named last night. Walking in with the shot, Julia McDonald. She has 4 goals of her own here at this Atlantic Championship. McDonald waits. Has the line made in front and Greencorn. Greencorn again digging at the puck, and as it squirted loose, Michaud couldn't find it. But neither could the referee as she lost sight of the puck, so the whistle blows. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. Right off the draw, Michaud will glove it up again. And on that note about our main sponsor here on the YouTube broadcast, please take note of all of those sponsors, either frozen into the ice or those you see on the billboards. However, you're able to see them on your live streaming screen. As I mentioned when I first got here a few days ago, I was handed a sheet of almost 2 full pages full of sponsors. And it really does take that many people to make a tournament like this happen. As mentioned before the game, tournaments like this take over a year to plan in regular times. But during COVID, the Tyne Valley Host Committee here was able to pull it off in just 6 months. A really impressive accomplishment. If you look around, the lights, the balloons, and everything, they really put their heart and soul into this event. It's been a pleasure to work here in Tyne Valley. This tournament, Sarah Stewart, the tournament MVP, gives someone a shot, knocks her down and head the puck. Momentarily after that, Nicole Ferguson, I believe, was at the receiving end of that cross check, but she got right back up and rimmed the puck around the boards. Picked off again by Merckx in the white jersey for the Subway Selects. Chasing down that puck at the end of a long shift is Brooke Thompson, the right winger on that Stewart line. It's a pass up for Mairead McPherson. Olivia Merckx waiting there up along the scorekeeper's bench. Challenged there by a pair of Edsa West Reds. Stepping around here now is Maddie Budrow. Budrow gets the shot off down low on Georgia Burrows, and she covers up. Budrow has 4 goals in as many games here at this Atlantics tournament. One of the leading scorers for the Reds in the regular season, 3rd in team scoring, has 14 points in 18 regular season games, 9 of those being goals. And she has 4 in this tournament. Tied for the team lead along with Isabel Michaud and Hannah Harvey. The Reds captain Waters gets a shot off, and that is blocked. Here comes Erin McNeil. It's a 2-on-1 with Smith. McNeil from the tight angle shoots that high and wide, aiming for the blocker side. And that puck then rolled on through on the follow-up attempt by the defender, and it is covered up by Michaud in the Reds net. 11:41, almost halfway through this first period here in Tyne Valley. The championship game between the Northern Subway Selects and the Edsa West Reds. Off the draw there now, Caitlin Bird will send that right down the ice, and we will get another face-off from the exact same spot as it is shot far enough for an icing call against Edsa West. Right at the end of a long shift there for that Budrow-Clavette Bird line. Now Carrie Ann Merman taking that face-off for the Reds. She'll face off against Julian McDonald in the white jersey. It's won by the Subway Selects, only for a second though. Miriam Terrio playing defense on the pairing today with Louise McPhee in the black jerseys. Fraser lets a shot go right along the ice, gets through a couple people, but not everybody. As flicking that puck off the boards is Brianna Scott. It's a foot race with Fraser, but Fraser gets the inside position, tripping up Scott in the process. Her teammate Abby Toner didn't like that and tried to throw the arms at Fraser, but she still has the puck. Moving the puck up to Greencorn. Greencorn out along that left wing. Challenge there by the Reds' Louise McPhee. The pass is intended back to the line where Josie Dunn on the fence was waiting. Playing on that pairing with Fraser for the Selects today. Coming around out of that puck battle, it was McPhee. McPhee goes all the way around. Saw up the middle aiming for Merman on the pass, but that misses everybody and goes for another icing against Edsa West.
At this time, we'd like to thank the following sponsors for the generous support.
Back out here on the ice is Sarah Stewart. Ella Lawrence on the defensive side of the draw. 16 versus 66 in there. And it's won by Stewart. Here's a shot from Thompson. On the back door was Olivia Marks. And she caught the pass, just missed the net with the open net. Past the right pad of Christy Michaud. A battle ensues right after, fighting for that puck. Here's Stewart, and she's going to come out with it. Stewart get to the middle. She still has it. Stewart, the high shot is knocked down in front, going for that wrister. As we've seen all tournament, we know how well Sarah Stewart can fire that puck off on the wrister from any range. She's done it 8 times in 4 games and counting. Again, averaging 4 points a game, 2 goals a game. Last time she played against the Reds, she put up the hat trick in the 9-0 win. That's tipped on by Stewart. Wayne in front of the net was Marks. She's staying in the corner by the Reds' Hillary Stiles. Back at the line, Bree McPherson. Here's the wrister up high, is blocked away by Michaud, much to the delight of the New Brunswick faithful here in town with the Edsa West Reds this weekend. Pass taken by Ferguson, and she gets it out of the zone. Not the pass I don't think she was hoping for, but she gets away with it nonetheless as Brooke Thompson comes down with Stewart once more. They themselves are coming at the end of a long shift. They break in, but only for a second. The McPhersons, Bree and Mairead, the sisters, pass it off to one another as the Subway Selects take part in the change of their own. Fighting off the puck there is McPherson. That's a giveaway to Audrey Clavette, but she had no time and space to walk in for any more of a quality chance in the shot that missed the net. Clavette has Caitlin Bird with her. Bird toward the net, and that shot missed. Maddie Budrow was right there in front of the net too, but she's tied up well by the defender McPherson, who will go off for a change. It's the captain, Lauren Waters, wearing number 24 in black this afternoon. shoots it down the ice, and now the other defenders will have a shot. That breakout, LeBlanc, that's who it starts with. Pass up for number 4 in white, Aaron McNeil. McNeil is taken down in that battle with Lauren Waters, and the Reds come on up, out with it. That deflects off the stick of Megan Smith. Back on over to McNeil, who will head to the bench for a change. 8:25 now in this first period. No goals yet, as Kenzie Greencorn cuts in with the puck. She'll hang on to it for a good 5 seconds there. Dropping that off for Clark, back in front. And that does not go anywhere. Held into the line by Julia McDonald, coming off the Subway Selects bench, but sent shot down immediately after. Ava Gano, as a bunch of Reds players jump on the ice. No call though. Cutting in now is Greencorn. Greencorn out front. She scores! Kenzie Greencorn. That is another one for number 11 in white. Her 4th of the tournament. And that one will open the scoring for the Northern Subway Selects. It's 1-0. And Northern was pretty upset before that goal. Just before that goal anyway, as a bunch of those Edsa West Reds players jumped on the ice at the same time. By my count, there might have been as many as 8 during that change as the puck was taken by Edsa West. But right after, Kenzie Greencorn forces a turnover and looked to get a fortunate bounce off the skate of a Reds defender. And it's 1-0 for Northern. As coming to the net there will be a penalty. Brooke Thompson fell on top of the goaltender, Christy Michaud. I believe we have a goalie interference penalty coming. That looks to be the call, as Brooke Thompson will head to the box, and back to the power play goes the Edsa West Reds with a chance to tie this game. And then Brooke Thompson will get the call there for the goalie interference on Christy Michaud, falling into the Red stopper as the Reds win the draw. Throwing that out front on the attempt was Caitlin Bird. On the ice there with forwards Audrey Clavette and Maddie Budrow. Budrow now coming up with the puck. Wayne at the line, or Hillary Stiles, and with the puck now is Ferguson. And Ferguson's wrister sails wide. McPherson out to the line, and it did go all the way, and the play will be blown dead for an offside. Although Ferguson thought she was there, the face-off will come back outside the blue line. In fact, that face-off is coming even further back, all the way back to the Reds' end of the ice. Now, there is a rule that says if an offside is taken intentionally by a team, then the referees have the option to move the puck all the way back to the offending team's end, and that appeared to be the case there. As with 1:15 left in this Thompson penalty, the Reds are pinned in their zone pretty good by these penalty killing units of Northern. As walking in with the puck is Audrey Clavette. Clavette leading the team in scoring this year, has 23 points in 20 games in the regular season, including 12 goals. The Reds' power play lines will change as it's again shot down the ice by this machine-like penalty-killing unit for Northern. They've been perfect this tournament. Again, haven't allowed a goal in over 2 full games, pushing on 3 if you include the fact that the last time they were scored on is pretty early on in the hockey game. 28 seconds left in this Reds power play. Their second has taken hard into the boards there was Miriam Terrio. Sarah Stewart charged all the way from about center ice in to take that puck from Terrio. Shaken up there a little bit, but she's still on the ice fine. But she is slow to get off, however. Terrio taking a hard bump from the penalty killer, Sarah Stewart there. And Harvey cuts in the middle, and she's upended by Julia McDonald, the penalty killer. And for 2 seconds, there will be a 5-on-3 Edsta West Reds power play. It won't last long, but either way, they'll remain on the advantage for at least the next 2 minutes or less. Just over 5 minutes left in this first period. Kenzie Greencorn scored her 4th goal of the tournament. And with that, the Subway Selects take the first lead of this Atlantic final. The shot is kicked away by Bree McPherson with her skate. Hillary Stiles shot that down. Will have to give chase. As hard there on the forecheck on this penalty kill is Jalen Langill, wearing number 12 in the white jersey. As Stiles digs it out with the help of her D partner, Nicole Ferguson. Also out there on the ice is Caitlin Bird, Abby Toner, and Audrey Clavette on this power play unit for Edsta West. Clavette starts on out, having a tough time getting some materialized as Nicole Ferguson is tripped up herself, but the referees will not call that one. Ferguson still out there. Rather, Terrio was going for the pass for Isabel Michaud. That hit the side of the net though, so the icing is waved off. Out front to Michaud, Hannah Harvey is in the midst of the play there as well. All pressuring Sarah Stewart, the two of them. Wayne out front is Ella Lawrence as the puck is dropped back to Terrio. Here's the wrister! And finding that, sliding off to the left inner glove was Georgia Burrows with the save. We're a minute into this ensuing minor penalty charged against Josie Dunn of the Subway Selects. It was a tripping call. And the Selects have another minute or so to kill. On this penalty, Sarah Stewart is kicked out of the draw. Brooke Thompson, who just got out of the box herself, takes the face off but loses it to Ella Lawrence. Goes back to Brianna Scott, who's playing the point. Miriam Terrio, the other defender on this draw. As that is tipped through, Ella Lawrence had to stick down, but she is pushed off to the side by Mairead McPherson in the white jersey. And stepping in is Hannah Harvey. What a block there by Bree McPherson. This time pass out to Lawrence. The shot laying on her back is Georgia Burrows, and she still comes up with the save after some intense power play pressure from Edsta West. Ella Lawrence was that close to her second goal of this Atlantics Championship. Of course, she has 1 goal and 6 assists in 4 games played. That 1 goal that she did score was on the power play earlier on for the Reds. As a shot from Terrio from the point is right into the breadbasket of Burrows as Harvey is knocked down by someone in front of the net. Those Reds players have been taking a lot of abuse in that crease. Defenders from the Selects playing with a lot of aggression, especially the McPherson sisters, who have been a force to reckon with both offensively and defensively this weekend. Of course, Bree recognized as the defender of the tournament for her play, leading everybody with 8 assists in 4 games. Here's a shot from Terrio, and that blows wide of the glove of Georgia Burrows, but she didn't have to do anything there as the final 5 seconds of this Reds power play ticked down, and Dunn will leave the box. That's tipped out front by Smith. Back to the point. Here is the shot by Eva Gano. It's knocked down with a high stick, but it's waved off as Julia McDonald touched the puck first for the Selects. The Selects maintain possession. Cutting into the zone here now for Northern is Lily LeBlanc. LeBlanc deep in there on the pinch. Sarah Stewart comes back to cover for her at the point, but now she'll head on down to join her line mates. On the break out attempt is Audrey Clavette. She does well. Getting the puck to Abby Toner, dumping it in behind Gano on defense. Back to help her is Lily LeBlanc. The no-look pass in behind for Audrey Clavette, but she is covered well by Gano. Sarah Stewart tries to send that out to Brooke Thompson, waiting around center ice. But that's saved by Toner across the blue line on the left side. Here's a shot. Rebound on top of the net. Right there was for the team. Merman with a great chance there. Toner now takes it into the corner, accompanied by Clavette. Clavette has played a lot today, as shoved down from the net was Merman by Sarah Fraser. The New Brunswick side of this rink is really upset about that no call from the officials. The New Brunswick champions are 0-3 on today's power play. 2:19 left in this first period. Still a score of 1-0 in favor of the Northern Subway Selects. Have not trailed at all this tournament, have just kept pucks out and have scored just as much. In fact, almost too much more than much, as they are in the 30+ range of goals. Just in impeccable performance here by Northern this weekend, but they still have unfinished business in this final, as it's only 1-0 here early as we tick down the first 20 minutes of this championship game, minute 50 to be exact on the clock, as a scrum ensues in front of that Reds bench just outside the Reds blue line. There's 5 players in there. Maddie Budrow was one of them and came out with the puck for her team. Lauren Waters, the captain, plays the puck up dangerously in the range of their own slot, but Hannah Harvey is going to go for a lap around her net. That hit a body in hard in that pressure, in that forecheck was Kenzie Greencorn, joined by teammate Clark. Also on this line for the Selects right now is Megan Smith, wearing number 2 and the A on her chest, as one of the leaders on this team. It is Smith coming in with the puck now. Curls from left wing to right wing. Cutting in behind that, cradling the puck on her backhand. She goes all the way around. Joining her on that rush is Erin McNeil, her line mate. It is then chipped out on the turnover by the defender, Nicole Ferguson. McPherson, solid tape-to-tape pass to McNeil. Joined up there by Smith. Smith flutters the backhand on, but Christy Michaud will just hang on to that for the save. 48.8 seconds left on the clock here on the scoreboard here in Tyne Valley. Face-off will be to Michaud's left, as this top line for Northern will have one more crack at increasing their lead even more before heading to the dressing rooms for the Zamboni Flood. Face-off was won there by the Reds. Carrie and Merman down in the corner there with teammate Nicole Ferguson. Right in the midst of that, Sarah Stewart. As much as Stewart has that scoring finesse, she's not afraid to get dirty, as Thompson gets a shot up, and that's sticked away by Michaud up and over her own net. It's thrown as a bit of a saucer pass up there by Ferguson. More of a flick, I guess, rather than a saucer. But nonetheless, the puck went up into the air, and it was far enough for the forwards to shoot it all the way down behind the Northern goal line as the final 10 seconds of the period play out here. Stepping in, Budrow, one last chance at the shot. Terrio might be able to get that. Nobody can. The sliding along her stomach there was Brie McPherson on the ice. Terrio tried to throw it out front, but as she did, the buzzer sounded. And it is a close championship game. Yesterday it was 3-0 Northern after one period. Now it's only 1-0. The only scorer, Kenzie Greencorn, who got a lucky bounce off a defender. That is the only one to beat Christy Michaud and the Reds net. None at all have beaten Georgia Burrows. Although she's faced 3 Edsa West Reds power plays, she is perfect so far through 20 minutes to play. The teams head off for a break, and so will we, as the Zamboni goes on for this flood. We'll be back in less than 15 minutes to prime you for the second period of this championship game here at the Atlantic Championships, the U18 Women's Atlantic Championships here. Hello and everybody, and welcome back here for the second period of the gold medal game at the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under-18 Hockey Championships. This one between the Northern Subway Selects of Nova Scotia and the Edsa West Reds of New Brunswick is a tight one. Only one goal in that first period off the stick of Northern's Kenzie Greencorn, with Greencorn's fourth of the tournament, with a bit of help from a lucky bounce off a Reds defender's skate. 1-0 is the score after 20 minutes of play as we prepare for the second period. Before the teams take the ice again for the second period, an important message. On January 31st, 2022, Gail Stewart was diagnosed with AML, an uncommon type of cancer that requires a stem cell infusion. Gail is on the lookout for stem cell donors. She needs donors. Anyone between the ages of 17 and 35 can be a match for a procedure that could potentially save Gail's life. To see if you are a donor, first start by checking out this link, blood.ca/join Gail's fight. When you register at this link, a cheek swab kit will be mailed to you where you can conduct that test and potentially be a match to help Gail. This Northern team is really playing for Gail this weekend. They're playing well, lighting up the score sheet. Gail is from the Pictou County, Antigonish area and has a niece playing for the Subway Selects team. Well, Gail's family consists of a husband and 4 children. And as mentioned, please check out this link, blood.ca/join Gail's fight. Anyone between the ages of 17 and 35 can register and be a potential donor. So please consider checking out that link as the teams take the ice again. For the second period of play, the Edsa West Reds had a trio of power play opportunities, unable to convert on any. But with the help of that, they've really stepped up their game this afternoon as compared to a bit of a rocky one yesterday morning. These teams have met 3 times this year. When they first played in a weekend doubleheader back in late November, before Omicron hit and all that COVID craziness. Northern won both of those games by scores of 4-0 and 5-2. Yesterday they won their third meeting as Stewart is stopped on a nice kick save there by Chrissy Michaud. 9-0 was the score yesterday for the Subway Selects as they walk right into the zone. What a nice tip there by Sarah Stewart off a hard Mairead McPherson clapper from the point. McPherson is only one of 2 skaters on the Subway Selects team not to register a point this tournament. The other one being fellow defender Ava Gano. Every forward has found the score sheet at some point as Marks is right top of the net. The backhand, oh what a save by Michaud on the backhand shot there by Sarah Stewart in close quarters. It's denied, and that one is tipped wide. Bree McPherson shooting it. What a fury of pressure to kick off this period for the Subway Selects as the centering pass is intercepted by Ella Lawrence, who at the end of a long shift looks to fork that deep into the Subway Selects zone. That effort fails, but she'll go for the change anyway. Bree McPherson goes in down deep to the corner as that is centered in front for Brooke Thompson, but she is covered steadily there by the Reds' blue line. Work back to center ice for Maddie Budrow in the black jersey, playing for this Edsa West Reds team. Budrow is tied for the lead in goal scoring as Erin McNeil wipes out on the shot attempt. Tied with Hannah Harvey and Maddie Budrow. Budrow does have the 4 goals. Isabel Michaud, all 3 of those players have 4 goals in 4 games in this tournament. None yet this game, though. They've been on a bit of a scoring slump, unable to find the back of the net against the Subway Selects yesterday, but they have 2 periods to do that now here with the gold medal on the line, and so is a berth at the Esso Cup, the National Women's Under-18 Championships in Okotoks, Alberta. As the cross ice pass goes across here, here's the shot in from the point, shooting that puck from the line was Lily LeBlanc, wearing number 14 in white. The Reds respond by sending that the length of the ice for an icing call. This is more of the Subway Select team we're used to here in the first 2 minutes of this second period. An offensive juggernaut, that's no secret. Edsa West contained them pretty well, but throughout this tournament we've noticed that Northern plays better as the game goes on. Will that be the case this game? We'll see. Kenzie Greencorn on the line there with Clark and McDonald on this Subway Selects line as a shot in and taken on back out by the Reds. Carrie-Ann Merman. Merman is taken down there right at the opposing blue line. Abby Toner is right in there to shoot it in behind her. Brianna Scott is the third forward on that line for Edsa West. Passes intended for Greencorn off the stick of Josie Dunn. Sarah Fraser has to come back for that puck. Fraser, she likes to take this puck coast to coast. We've seen her weave around players all weekend. Looks at Kenzie Greencorn on the pass at the blue line, but she is a step ahead too far as the Subway Selects go offside. And since that pass was rather far from Fraser, closer to her own end than the Edsa West end, that face-off takes place in the neutral zone, but in front of her own bench as a player is tripped up. Hannah Harvey has her hands up in confusion after getting tied up there with Olivia Marks. She's going to be sent off 2 minutes for tripping, and for the first time this afternoon, the Northern Subway Selects get their chance on the 5-on-4 advantage. Right as the top line comes out for Northern. Sarah Storr taking that draw, of course. Brooke Thompson to her right. Olivia Marks to her left. Kicked back by Storr. She wins the draw to Bree McPherson on that blue line with sister Mairead wearing number 15 in white. Puck is passed back to Mairead. Mairead returned to Storr. Cross ice for Bree. It's off her stick, but behind her as it goes off her blade and outside the zone. And that's coughed up quickly to Ella Lawrence. But Lawrence couldn't handle it as the Subway Selects work back the other way. Here comes Brooke Thompson. Here's the long shot, and that's blocked away by Michaud. Right on the tape of Olivia Marks over to Thompson. Thompson cycled back down for Stewart. Stewart has Marks back down beyond the net, now in front. Bree McPherson walks the middle, returned over to the corner. Was Thompson. The tight angle shot from Stewart is swallowed by Michaud and makes the save. Another minute 16 left in this penalty to the Reds. Hannah Harvey for tripping. So still plenty of time for this Northern unit to make even more noise. The penalty killers will change up for the Reds. Now Carrie-Ann Merman and Abby Toner stepping out on the second penalty kill unit, but everybody stays on for Northern. Merman won that draw and it was cleared down the length of the ice. Mairead McPherson has to work all the way down back to get that puck and move it on. Sarah Stewart now swooping in on the right wing. Out front, all alone there was Thompson. She had daylight in the low slot, but that is off a stick and over the net. McPherson could not hold the line. Mairead McPherson played up to Bree, now back to Stewart, going in the exact same way she did seconds ago. Now Stewart cutting in, she tried to go through, rebound. Olivia Marks on that rebound opportunity. And Christy Michaud keeps her stellar performance going here this Sunday afternoon to keep the score at 1-0. Face-off will be off to Michaud's left. 15:31 on the clock, 38 seconds left in the power play. That line is held by Sarah Fraser. As the puck is passed on down, Emily McNeil played it back to the D-line. Josie Dunn, the long wrist shot. Yesterday against the Reds, 2 of Dunn's point shots have resulted in goals. She got credit for one as the other one was tipped. Back over to Josie Dunn. She's going to walk in off the pass from Jalen Langill, and that one is blocked by Clavette. Fraser worked the puck down there. Down low with his Megan Smith. Smith back to Fraser, right at the blue line. Good job to hold the line there by Josie Dunn. Down, back in deep for Megan Smith as the power play expires. It's 5-on-5 again, right as that happens. The New Brunswick side wanted too many players on the ice call against Northern, but there has been no call. There have been a couple of close calls already this game. In the bronze medal game, that Western won by a score of 3-2 over Central. Western took an early too many players on the ice penalty in that game. It didn't cost them, but that's the only time we've seen that call today. I believe there have been 2 or 3 in the tournament, not many, although on occasion the players and fans do want those calls. As coming back down the other way is Julia McDonald. She has 4 goals in the tournament. Green Corn coming up the other wing. McDonald lets the shot go, and that was bobbled by Michaud. That might have hit the side of the net, but doesn't go in. That's cleared down the ice. Coming in with a head of steam is Hannah Harvey. Harvey is all over Ava Gano on the Subway Selects defense. Harvey still battling there. Powers through. Harvey gets her to cough up the puck. She walked around right up to the half wall as one player goes down. There's no call. Isabel Michaud chased that puck around the net, couldn't get there, nor could Ella Lawrence, but forced back to Lauren Waters, who dumps the puck back in behind the net of the goaltender Joja Burrows. That one is off a skate, and the Slugs finally get it out. It's coming in with the puck is Julia McDonald. It's a 2-on-1. Rushing to the net is Ellie Clark, but the puck doesn't get that far, as McDonald couldn't get it by the defender to start with, matched up by Lauren Waters. Bounced out to Bree McPherson. Wayne at the top of the circle. There's a shot, and that was tipped, but it missed that far post. Mairead McPherson shoots it in, back behind that net. Julia McDonald was right there with it. Ellie Clark is there to help her out, however. Carrie Ann Merman up high off the boards, staying in, but in both the zone and the field of play here. McPherson tried to shoot that through, but Merman was there with yet another block. Abby Toner follows up to clear that puck for good, as the Reds will get a couple players to change while they still can. Mairead McPherson hitting Olivia Marks with that pass. Fed Stort, tried to drop that for Marks, but Audrey Clavette giving Stort, the Selects captain, a pretty tough time there. Marks walks out of the corner up to the half wall. Stort was waiting behind the net for his Brooke Thompson. Thompson is in front of that net. Over to Brie McPherson, and the high shot up top. Chrissy Michaud was prepared for that and grabbed onto it to the whistle. 12:17 left in the second period. The score is still 1-0 in favor of the Subway Selects. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, PEI's #1 dealership. It's a tie-up off the draw between Budrow and Stort. As coming in at the angle is Brooke Thompson, and that took a bounce, catching Michaud off guard, but no harm done there on the red side. Here's the breakout pass intended for Clavette from Caitlin Bird. Bird follows up her pass, banging away with Mairead McPherson, but McPherson emerges with the puck. Stepping in now, here's a big shot from Brooke Thompson, and that appeared to have went off the post. You could hear the ding. Anyway, Stort tried to go upstairs as well on Michaud, but that is blocked by Miriam Theriault and up and out of play. This period has been dominated by the Northern Subway Selects. Still a 1-0 game though. Chrissy Michaud, the goaltender of the tournament, has been brilliant this afternoon. As on that headman pass there, the intended target was Isabel Michaud, but a great stick there by the defender Josie Dunn to prevent the breakaway. That could have been a game changer. And the puck is then shot down the ice in response by Dunn, who will take the icing call against her team, the Subway Selects. I mentioned only 2 skaters for Northern haven't found the score sheet yet this tournament. Those skaters being Mairead McPherson and Ava Gano. Well, on the red side, only 3 players in total haven't registered either a goal or assist this tournament. Those would be Louise McPhee on defense, the forward Caitlin Bird, and the goaltender Riley Partington. Only 3 players, forwards and goalies, not to get any points. Michaud has an assist this tournament, which he got way back in that game against Eastern Icebreakers. Game 2 of that round robin for the Edsa West Reds. Sarah Fraser maneuvering in behind her net. Hannah Harvey has been a force to reckon with on the forecheck tonight, stealing umpteen pucks on those rushes, come back there and using that size and power to force players off the puck. Abby Toner lost an edge going in on the forecheck, gets right back up, and she had the puck on her stick. Parked in front there was Carrion Merman of the Reds. As the puck is again shot down by Northern, and the face-off will come all the way back. We're about at the midway point of regulation play here, 10:27 on the clock here. Northern still ahead thanks to that mid-first period goal from Kenzie Greencorn. Greencorn with 4 on the tournament and 5 points. Shot through a crowd there by Louise McPhee. As mentioned, only one of 2 Red skaters not to get on the score sheet in any way, whether through a goal or assist this tournament. What a time that would have been to get on there. But she still has another 30 minutes to do that, or otherwise help her team get that equalizing goal that they're pushing so hard for. Reds turning to play a bit back the other way here in the last couple of minutes. The period started out with sheer dominance from the Subway Selects. They've let off just a little bit here as Julia McDonald leads the rush up the other way. She started in the middle of the ice, but will gain the blue line off on the left as she made the pass out front. Swinging at that was the goal scorer, Greencorn. Now up with the puck is Clavette. Clavette going in one-on-one against Bree McPherson. But McPherson stole the puck, tried to drive on through the defender there. That's picked off by McPhee, and Caitlin Bird also in on that puck for the Reds. She'll put it in down low as Edsa West goes for a change. The pass is headman there to Brooke Thompson as Greencorn finished the shift. Coming in on the pinch was Ma Rain McPherson, right back in the corner where the puck just came from. McPherson retreats on back to the center ice line. Now coming in with speed is Brooke Thompson. Thompson down that wall. She has a dangerous toe drag. I think the Edsa West Reds did a little bit of homework on that, though, as we haven't seen a lot of that daylight for Brooke Thompson right at this point anyway. Sarah Stewart cuts to the front of the net. That's off the shoulder, and the rebound. Thompson slapped away at it, but her shot missed as well. Stewart tried to go in down low to the corner to Marks. Brianna Scott giving her some opposition there along with the defender Hillary Stiles. It's a scrum of 5 or 6 players in front of the Subway Selects bench on the half wall in the red zone. McPherson lets a shot go, and that's off a body up and over the net. A hard wrister from Bree McPherson. Both of those sisters can really fire the puck from the point, and Bree will try again, and she doesn't hit her mark as Michaud follows that one all the way through. Chipping that puck up along the boards. Brooke Thompson looking for her teammate Stewart. Stewart was initially along that wall, but comes away with the puck anyway. Going for the pass zone. Nicole Ferguson read that and fired it down on the opposing net 200 feet away. Georgia Burrows on the change. Stewart has a breakaway. Sarah Stewart, the lead scorer, is denied by Christy Michaud. Going down hard there following that play was the Northern forward, Erin McNeil. Michaud took a bit of a bump on that as Sarah Stewart tried to use that laser quick wrist shot to beat Michaud. But number 30 in black says no and keeps the score at 1-0. 7:50 now on the clock as we enter in later in the second half of this middle frame of the championship game. 2 teams playing for the right to play in Okotoks, Alberta, representing the Atlantic region. Edsa West Reds bouncing back very nicely from a rather unfortunate game yesterday, which they lost 9-0. This looks like a different Reds team this afternoon. And much of that is thanks to the goaltender, Christy Michaud. No matter what the result is after this game, I think Michaud is going to get a lot of pats on the backs from her teammates and everything. They've gone over after every save to pat her on the head and the back. showing just how much she means to this team. As the puck is lit ahead to Isabel Michaud. She's taking a lot on the boards and there's no call. The bench is upset, but Harvey cuts in. Here's Harvey, the shot, and scores! Hannah Harvey responds to that no call in the most impactful way possible. And she slides it through the legs of Georgia Burrows, and this final is tied. And oh my, the mood in the building shift very quickly. In a matter of 5 or 6 seconds, a quick meeting between the Reds players, probably telling each other to keep it going. But who else but Hannah Harvey? What a game that number 5 has been having for the Edson West Reds this afternoon. That's her 5th of the tournament. And what a time to do it, going the forehand, backhand, and fooling Georgia Burrows, the goaltender, through the wickets. Her teammate, one of her teammates there, Isabel Michaud, was taken out at the blue line just seconds prior to that goal. It looked like the Reds bench was really flipping there. Up here in the crowd, though, the fans were mad. They were roaring as Harvey cut in and potted the equalizing goal. And it's a brand new hockey game here with 6:30 left in the second period. Hannah Harvey with that one, and it is tied at 1. Puck skips over, pass intended for Brooke Thompson, now down to Sarah Stewart. Stewart makes a move around, cutting in, and she's forced in behind the net. Hillary Stiles holding her along the board. She's pinned. Her teammate Thompson has to come in to help. Olivia Marks plays the puck on back to the corner. Mairead McPherson back down to Marks in the return pass. Brooke Thompson working the corner. Back up to Mairead McPherson at the left point. Here's a tip and a shot as Sarah Stewart has been looking for that deflection goal. That's perhaps the only way she hasn't scored this tournament. She has scored a lot, not only here at the Atlantics, but in the last 6 games. She has a combined 14 goals in the last 6 games dating back to the Nova Scotia final. Walking in is Thompson, and flashing the leather is Chrissy Michaud. Is there a more confident player on the ice right now? I don't think so. Michaud is on fire. She can hold off the northern pressure here for another 5 minutes and 30 seconds here too. She'll get a well-deserved break. And not often have you said this tournament that the Subway Selects may have some offensive woes this tournament. It's not that they do, they just haven't really been able to get it going yet this afternoon. As Michaud is stoning this juggernaut offense right in its tracks. We're almost 40 minutes in. Only 1 goal scored by the team that scored at least 9 times in every game this season. Dropped out to number 4, Erin McNeil. And that is blocked, but there's a penalty coming to somebody. There's a red line on the ice. Actually, there's 2 players. Marmon was down, and so was Langille, as 1 player heads to the box. And it's going to go against Carrie Ann Marmon. She goes off for a tripping call. And for the Subway Selects, this is a very important power play. Their second 5-on-4 of the afternoon. The face-off is to the right of Chrissy Michaud. Stewart wins the draw, goes to McPherson, over to Sister Bree. Here's a shot. It goes the other way on Michaud, but she stuck out the pad to keep it out. Marks goes cross ice looking for the sniper, Brooke Thompson on the other side. Thompson, like her teammate Sarah Stewart, has 8 goals this tournament. Brought along to Brooke Thompson once more. She goes cross ice. Olivia Marks picking that up on the backhand. Clean zone entry for the Subway Selects. Mairead McPherson looking for Thompson down the corner. She is a bit out of the way though. Marks picks that up beyond the net. Quick play to Thompson. Thompson has some room, and that is off the inside of the skate of Miriam Theriault of the Reds, making a nice block there to keep that puck from going to the net. Now McPherson tried to do that. That is tipped by Stewart, but again deflected off to the side. Another big save for Michaud. Mairead McPherson puts that down in the corner. Sarah Stewart tied up there by the captain Waters. Marks back up top to the point. Bree McPherson trying to make a move around the killer. Harvey has that shot through a crowd, and waiting for that was Stewart. Up top, the long shot from McPherson was blocked by Hannah Harvey. What a game she has been having. Of course, that tying goal, and now some big PK duties. Walking in the story, here's a big shot, and grabbing that with all the confidence in the world with Christine Michaud. 45 seconds left in this penalty to carry in Marmon. And Michaud just keeps on doing Michaud things here this afternoon in Tyne Valley. The Edsa West Reds goaltender Michaud only played 6 games in the regular season. 5-1 record though, so pretty respectable play, and a .919 save percentage. But she's pushing in the vicinity of .950 now in just this Atlantic tournament alone, as she has been unbeatable this afternoon. Pass cross ice to Erin McNeil. McNeil throwing out in front for the intended target. Jalen Langill cutting into the slot. Josie Dunn holds the line for the Selects. Exchanging passes there with McNeil. A shot from Dunn, the rebound, right out to Michaud, and sliding back as quick as the wind to deny Megan Smith with Michaud holding the line in the crease again. She's made game-saving save after game-saving save for the Edsa West Reds. What a performance we're seeing this afternoon. Still another 10 seconds to go in this penalty. Marmon preparing to leave the box for the Reds, as they wouldn't mind another goal here. It's been mostly a Subway Selects period, with Michaud, of course, keeping the saves coming, but only Hannah Harvey of the Edsa West Reds has scored in this middle frame on the forehand backhand move under immense pressure from the Subway Selects to tie the game on the nice deke. Right in front there was Smith coming right out of the box. Here comes with the puck. Caitlin Bird almost broke away, catching Josie Dunn by surprise. Now up on that line is Maddie Budrow. Budrow giving the defender a hard time. Miriam Terrio now leading the rush in for the Reds. Actually, pardon me, that was Nicole Ferguson, Terrio's D partner, coming in with that puck. But either way, the Selects come on back out with it. Now it's Terrio with the puck. Couldn't shoot it around here. McNeil spins off in the corner, but loses her edge there on her own, as that is shot on up off the glass by the Reds as they went for the clearing attempt. But the line is held by Bree McPherson. Over the marks, drop for Stewart, and she was tied up there in the slot. She gets it back though. Strong stick. Here's a shot from the tight angle. And Michaud, guess what? Another save. That'll force the face-off to Michaud's right. The stop line for the Subway Selects has been firing and firing. In none of the games this tournament have they been held off the board this long. As Brooke Thompson dances around the blue line, and Hannah Harvey is all over it. Harvey battling in. Her and Brooke Thompson fighting for that puck. Played up for Sarah Stewart as the Selects got it back. Brooke Thompson and Stewart in on the 2-on-2 rush. Going to beat out Lauren Waters, the captain. Ill-advised pass there from Thompson misses. But Bree McPherson holds the line. It's off the side of the net there. I think Brooke Thompson got a bit of a tip on that. Sarah Stewart battling for that puck down along the wall with Ella Lawrence and the defender Lauren Waters. McPherson holds the line yet again. Lawrence tried to clear the zone. Waters is left there alone with the puck. Olivia Marks in the corner, down there with the captain, Stewart. Stewart is pinned up along there by Waters. Lawrence back there has the center to help out her defender. Isabel Michaud also there, but stripped by Stewart. It's a shot, and that is off a stick. I believe Hannah Harvey dove for the block there, but Christy Michaud caught it. Nonetheless, it's another save. 1:07 to go in this middle period. The only goal of this period coming from Hannah Harvey, only the second player to beat Georgia Burroughs in this hockey tournament. The first was way back in that Subway Selects game against Western Wind when Annie Pierre Morency beat her on a similar goal, not on the breakaway, but down low along the ice. as there was a few collisions there coming out of the crowd. A Reds player goes down, and the Subway Selects are going to get a penalty here, as it's a roughing call with Julia McDonald heading to the box. And what a time to get a power play if you're the Edsa West Reds. 47 seconds left on the period, and it's safe to say the momentum has really shifted in the direction of the New Brunswick champions here late in the second period. Ella Lawrence taking this all-important face-off for the power play team, but instead her opponent Megan Smith took that one. Bree McPherson will shoot that down the length of the ice, only 10 seconds in to the power play. Just over 30 seconds left in the period as well. So if the Reds don't score here, they have a chance to regroup and head into the third period. To bury one on the power play, as it is stripped by Megan Smith, and she tries to go in the rush, but she is stone cold by a pair of Reds defenders. Now coming in is Smith once more, out there on the line with Jalen Langille. Langille has a dangerous set of hands. We've seen that on a few occasions this tournament. The Reds have kept her content thus far today. Way down there to kill time is Bree McPherson, hoping to take her team into the room and refresh everybody's minds, as the Edsa West Reds are not in the driver's seat at this point, but have really worked back this game even. All thanks to, in part, Christy Michaud, who is standing on her head in the Edsa West Reds net. Hannah Harvey also playing a heck of a game for this Reds team. Had that goal, cutting in on Georgia Burrows and beating her on the backhand through the legs. The Selects goal came from earlier on in the game in the first period by Kenzie Greencorn. But after 40 minutes, people didn't think this game would be close, but guess what? It is, as it is tied at 1 after 2 periods. The players head off for a break, and so will we as the Zamboni prepares to take the ice. We will be back in less than 15 minutes to prime the third period for you, so stick around. Hello and welcome back to Tyne Valley for the third period of this Atlantic Championships gold medal game between the Northern Subway Selects of Nova Scotia and the Edsa West Reds of New Brunswick. Most of that last period dominated by the Subway Selects, but also dominating was the goaltender of the other side, the Reds' Christy Michaud, laying it all out here in this Atlantic gold medal game, not allowing a goal since midway through the first period. The only player to beat her tonight was Kenzie Greencorn, and that was only after getting a fortunate bounce off a defender. There was one goal in the second period, though. It was from Hannah Harvey, the power forward on that top Edsa West Reds line. After her teammate got knocked down there, much to the dismay of the Reds faithful, Harvey went in 1-on-2, stepped around the defender, and fired that puck on the backhand through the legs of the Selects goaltender, Georgia Burrows. And that moves the score to where we are right now, as both sides take the ice for possibly the final time this game, depending on the outcome of this third period. If it's tied again, we'll see some overtime. Everybody has different overtime rules, and we'll have that clarified for you if such an instance arises. But there's 20 minutes to worry about until then. And whatever happens will make the difference. Look at that Reds bench to your right, hyping up their cheering section. The arms are all up from the starting players, the starting five for Edsa West, getting everybody up on their feet, from the travelers from the Fredericton Woodstock area and all those Western New Brunswick communities who have made the trip out here to Tyne Valley PEI for this championship. This is the fourth meeting between the teams this year. Northern has won all three. Scores of 4-2, 5-0, and yesterday 9-0. But this could change everything depending on how this third period goes, as Hannah Harvey unsurprisingly has the first shot for this Reds team. She has been a machine for Edsa West this afternoon. Not only this afternoon, but all tournament long. That was her fifth goal of the tournament. She scored late in the second period, adding 3 assists, leads the team at 8 points. And that wrister from Ferguson deflects off the glove of Georgia Burrows and hits the crossbar. That close to giving Edsa West their first lead of the game. The face-off will go on outside, but the crowd still loved that bout of pressure anyway. And to put Harvey's season into perspective, she only had 5 goals all regular season, which she put up in 18 games, and only took her 5 in this tournament to match that number of tallies. As Brooke Thompson, who has 8 tallies in this tournament, works up the ice alongside Sarah Stewart, coming in with that a seam and tries to sidestep the defender Miriam Terrio, but is pushed off the puck back the other way. Come the Edsa West Reds. Harvey bearing down on that puck right on the back of Sarah Stewart, and that is wristed down. The Maureen McPherson shot, the clearing attempt was handed off by Ferguson. Now up to Miriam Terrio, the defender wearing number 9 in black, accompanied by Audrey Clavette, as Terrio weaves around the defense of the Subway Selects as the rest of the Reds team completes a change. The intended target of that pass is Audrey Clavette. She's held up along the boards by Bree McPherson. Caitlin Bird giving her teammate Clavette a hand as the Reds keep it down low. Of course, that power play continuing for Edsa West, but now expiring as the perpetrator of that last penalty, Julia McDonald, leaves the box, and we're back to 5-on-5. And despite a good shift from the Edsa West Reds to end that power play, it is still a tie game at 1. Cutting in with that puck now is Megan Smith, as the Subway Selects try to get some pressure on. A weak clearing attempt by Clavette doesn't make it, and on the spin around shot was Erin McNeil, but she missed on that one. Rung up the boards for Hillary Stiles. That is off a skate of Jalen Langill, right onto the tape of Maddie Budrow. Budrow second on the team with 4 goals this tournament. She had to force that one in deep, and she's at the end of a long shift, so she'll head for the bench way over there. Forced out front, pushing at that puck was Brianna Scott. But before anything got too crazy there, Georgia Burrows covered up in the Subway Selects net 2 minutes into third period action here, and there's already been a bunch that has happened. A wrist shot from the point hitting the crossbar, and a couple of important saves there as well from both Georgia Burrows in the northern net, as well as the star of this game so far, Christy Michaud, and she might get a challenge here again as Kenzie Greencorn, the only player to beat her this afternoon. Greencorn wearing number 11, as she is stripped of the puck there. Abby Toner now up on the puck with the help of her center, Carrie Ann Merman. Puck was headman there for Julia McDonald. She is taken down. The referees don't call anything on that as she got tripped up on an opponent's stick. Battle away for it now is a pair of both Reds and Subway Selects over on the close side wall, but just as quickly the puck is swung around the far side where Hannah Harvey clears it. Sarah Fraser, the Selects defender, is going to cut in, and will cut in even more at the tight angle, and all over that is the goaltender Christy Michaud, who is all over the partial breakaway from the defender Fraser, who has been very shifty from that blue line all tournament long. Sarah Stewart, Brooke Thompson, Olivia Marks, that big line, taking the offensive zone draw for the Selects. They'll try it again here after Michaud covers up immediately following the drop of the puck. Ella Lawrence lined up on the opposite side. That line of Hannah Harvey and Isabel Michaud for the Reds' top line on top line action. Bree McPherson drops off for Thompson. Thompson over the Stewart through a crowd. And for a second there is a little bit of uncertainty, but Michaud had it in her pads covered all the way. Yet again, there will be a whistle and a face-off to Michaud's left, right in front of the raucous New Brunswick representatives grandstand here at the far end of the Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center, filling an entire section and perhaps a little bit more from my view as Sarah Stewart cuts down in that corner for the Selects. Spins off Lawrence now, cuts right in the front of the net. What a stick there by the defender Terrio to knock it back in the corner out of harm's way. Kept the puck in was McPherson. Here's a shot from Thompson, that's up in the air. All over that was Stewart. And Christy Michaud saw that through all the way. She has faced a boatload of rubber this afternoon, and yet they are still unable to beat her since that first goal way back at the start of this game. We're just about 4 minutes into this third period. Subway Selects trying to find their groove on the offense. They've had their opportunities, yes, but their scorers have not yet scored this afternoon. Will that happen? Or will the Reds pull off the upset here in Tyne Valley? Still 16 plus minutes to play. Find that out. Michaud handles a volatile dump in from the Subway Selects. Coming up with the puck is Budrow. She is dragged down. Nobody was a fan of that. A couple come on calls from the spectators here up in the bleachers. That's headmanned out by Ava Gano, but it's picked off. And Budrow went for the shot, and she is dragged down. And going back to the power play will be the EDSA West Reds. The fans wanted a call about 15 seconds rather before, not minutes, where Budrow was also dragged down toward the center ice area. But that time, she was going in the high slot for the shot in on Burrows. It was Jalen Lamgill dragging her down on the hook, and the Reds go back to the advantage. Face-off won by EDSA West. The shot from Terrio trickles wide. Hannah Harvey working in hard there against Sarah Fraser, the defender from Northern. That is blocked off by Stewart, and the puck is kept in impressively by Terrio. Here's the high shot. That's off a high stick, though, and the face-off will go outside after Hannah Harvey had the blade of her stick above her shoulders and made contact with the puck. Same two centers out there. Ella Lawrence wearing 66. Sarah Stewart wearing 16. Miriam Terrio grabs the puck off the one face-off for the Reds. Covering her is Harvey at the point. Harvey lets it go, and that's blocked away by Burrows. Sarah Fraser all over that and will shoot it the length of the ice as all 4 penalty killers change for the Subway Selects. Hannah Harvey will quarterback out this power play and will take it all by herself. She's grabbed by the jersey and is stoned at the opposing blue line right at the boards. Brianna Scott will try the same thing she did. Actually, she'll just shoot it down. Over in the opposite corner, Isabel Michaud is there to meet the puck. Ella Lawrence right in front. She's hit target of the pass. Out front rebound. Caitlin Bird at the open net, but fired it wide on the rolling puck on the backhand. That close to giving the Reds their first lead of the championship game. They have another 45 seconds on this power play to do that very same thing, but that was by far their closest chance of this third period. And the Subway Selects coming in with heads of steam and a ton of pressure. Julia McDonald and Megan Smith in particular, but they are a bit too eager and they go offside. 14:33 on the clock here in the third period. No goals yet since the break. The last one was scored by Hannah Harvey with 5 minutes left in the second frame. And that is the equalizer right now, as it's still tied at 1. 30 seconds left in this Jalen Langille penalty for the Subway Selects. The Reds on the power play. Down that corner is Nicole Ferguson, accompanied by Maddie Budrow. Budrow lets a shot go, and that is patted away by Burrows. Everybody holding their breath here in Tyne Valley, especially that Reds bleacher over back there as Stiles lets a shot go through the crowd, and finding that through traffic was Georgia Burrows. Now down to the final 6 seconds of this Reds power play. They've had immense pressure, but have not been able to find the back of the net on the 5-on-4 advantage this afternoon. And it really sounds like the Reds faithful are taking over the atmosphere here in Tyne Valley on that Oregon line. Everybody chanting, "Let's go Reds." A good crew of Subway Selects fans here as well, not to discount them, but the Reds have come in numbers as the puck is dropped. The puck Thompson, and that goes off his skate. Couldn't get it cleanly through Terrio, and Thompson takes down Terrio, and the Reds will go back to the power play here as heading to the bench is Christy Michaud. The Reds have the extra attacker on until the puck can be touched up by the Subway Selects, which they have just done. Murray McPherson rolls the puck off her blade as Brooke Thompson will go to the penalty box for a trip. And once again, it seems like the momentum just keeps building and building for the Edsa West Reds, the New Brunswick champions. If they can win this third period, they will be the Atlantic champions. But still a lot of time until we know the answer to that question, as the shot is blocked off the Reds' face-off win by Bree McPherson, and shot down the ice by the Subway Selects. Brianna Scott starts the breakout, hitting Ella Lawrence in stride. Lawrence skating up hard on that left wing, finds Michaud in stride. Isabel Michaud, not to be confused with the goaltender Christie. Michaud is down the corner again there, went against Bree McPherson. McPherson just barely poking that puck out of the zone as the defenders on that Subway Selects penalty kill will change up. 40 seconds into this power play, nothing yet, as the Reds too will go for a fresh change of things and get some new bodies out there. Lean that drive up the other way. It was Megan Smith for the Selects, but Audrey Clavette comes back the other way. Clavette, the leading scorer for this Reds team and the regular season, but has been stripped of the puck by Julia McDonald. McDonald coming into the zone, challenged there heavily right into the skates of the defender Nicole Ferguson, and she'll clear it back out to center as the Subway Selects apply a little bit of penalty kill pressure themselves. Coming in with the head of steam was Sarah Stewart, but Michaud will do the safe thing and cover up with 12:18 left in this third period. 49 seconds in this second consecutive Reds power play here in the third period. Third consecutive, if you count that one that overflowed from the second into the third periods. Boudreau forces that puck up off the face-off over to Clavette. Wearing number 4 and one-on-one on Sarah Fraser, but Fraser forces off Clavette. Terrio makes a D-to-D pass over to Ferguson. Ferguson is angled off by Olivia Marks. Marks back to Ferguson, but she was knocked down there. And now clearing that puck is Josie Dunn with ease, sliding it down the ice to the other end where Christy Michaud intercepts it behind her own net. 15 seconds until Brooke Thompson is free of the penalty. As the Reds finish off another change there. Abby Toner set up her teammate Brianna Scott as she lost the puck down in the Subway Select zone. As that penalty comes to an end, we're back to 5-on-5, but Toner is the puck deep in Subway Select's territory. Brianna Scott down on her knees, couldn't maintain possession for the Reds, and now it's the breakout here for Smith. Smith drop past Brooke Thompson, fresh out of the box. Thompson tried a couple of fancy moves, but Abby Toner breaks up that play for the Reds. Sarah Stewart will now go for a bit of a skate. She's knocked off by Toner. What a shift for number 21 in black. Abby Toner all over the place, single-handedly stopping Stewart and Thompson on consecutive chances. But Stewart will try again. Here comes Sarah Stewart, leaving that on the backhand pass over to Thompson, but she was a little bit out of range on that one. Mira Terrio rims that hard along the boards, but it's kept in there by the defender. No, it's not. Hannah Harvey, as the defenders shift right onto the ice, stepping over that box, is Louise McPhee. Lauren Waters, the captain for this Reds team, tried to chip that in. Hannah Harvey did that for good, but went offside in the process. It's not called though, so the teams touch up and resume play. Sarah Stewart lets that puck off there for teammate on the blue line, Lily LeBlanc. LeBlanc will put that in deep where Ellie Clark was in chase, but the Reds will attempt to clear out. But the puck deflects up and up into the netting for a whistle. This live stream is brought to you by Township Chevrolet, BEI's #1 dealership. And I'll state once more before this game is out that there's so many sponsors that I can't possibly get through this tournament. I have a long list of them here, but you name it, anyone you see on your screen, they have contributed to the success of both this brand new rink here in Tyne Valley PEI and the 2022 Atlantic Women's Under-18 Hockey Championships. Coming in with the puck is Kenzie Greencorn. The shot, that is saved by Michaud on the 2-on-1 rush. A pair of players were down on the other side of the net as play resumes over there. Julia McDonald, the puck was pressured by Boudreau. McDonald still very well involved there for the Selects on that forecheck. So is Greencorn, but they're pinned by 3 different Reds on top of that rugby scrum right in front of the Edsa West bench. Coming down the other way is Nicole Ferguson. She's at the end of a long shift, and that's batted back by Emily McNeil. Rubbed out by Clavette, but a bit too aggressively. And Clavette will go to the box for an interference call. And for the first time in this final period of regulation, the Northern Subway Selects will have a chance to take the lead again on the power play. Sarah Stewart and the rest of the big line out there for Northern. They'll match up against Ella Lawrence and few more Reds killers as Bree McPherson shoots it to the crowd and stepped in for the goal. McPherson gets a lucky bounce her way, and at long last, the Subway Selects are able to solve Christy Michaud, and they retake the lead 2-1. We didn't know if Michaud would be beat again in this tournament. Right off the draw, the physicality continues. New Brunswick side wanted a call there. Sarah Stewart cutting in again. that shot in behind the net. As we knew how much Brie McPherson was setting up the goals, and perhaps at the most important time in this tournament, she gets her first of the Atlantics. We'll know for sure once the PA announces who gets credits for the goals and the assists, but it looks like McPherson got a fortunate bounce off a Reds defender, and the Selects are up by a score of 2-1 here with 8 minutes to play in the third period of this gold medal game. What a battle they have had this game. The puck is tipped on out there by Erin McNeil. Might have been on the wrong side center though. The lines people say no, so play continues. McNeil is subsequently dumped back beyond the play by Hannah Harvey, who has that Reds goal earlier in the game. Now coming in with the puck is Megan Smith, who is upended. The refs don't call anything there. And now fighting for the puck is Ella Lawrence for the Reds and Erin McNeil for the Selects, who's been all over the place this shift following that go-ahead goal as it's dropped to Sarah Fraser. Fraser leaves it off the wall for Langill. Langill loses an edge, making the spin move there, and will lose the puck as well, but is fired the length of the ice by the captain, Lauren Waters. But the icing is waved off as well as both teams go for a change. A pair of dump-ins, just over 7 minutes to play here in this game. Brie McPherson finding the back of the net for the first time this tournament to give her team the 2-1 lead. Josie Dunn gets that breakout started for the Subway Selects. Julia McDonald also on the ice. Fraser there on the defense, as well as Kenzie Greencorn, the first goal scorer of this game, wearing number 11. Fraser will lead the rush with McDonald, intended to pass for McDonald, as the puck is given away to Clavette. Coming in front now is McDonald once more. Greencorn has space, and that's off the bucket of the goaltender there, Michaud. It stays in play though, however. It was close in the netting, but play continues. Greencorn just inches away from Maine. This is a 3-1 game. Good stick there by Ferguson, but the puck stays in the zone. Coming in is Greencorn, the pass out front, and no one was home. Caitlin Bird off the skates of Clavette. On the second attempt, that puck finally gets out. Clavette all over Fraser on the northern blue line. And after a hard Subway Selects shift, they will go for the change. High up off the glass there was the Terrio wrister to clear the zone. Brianna Scott was right where the puck landed, but it's taken away there by the top guns from Northern. Brooke Thompson shooting that high and hard off the glass. Right back to Olivia Marks, who was first in there on that dump in. Sarah Stewart now has that puck, moving that back to Thompson off the other side. Here's a shot through the crowd as Marks was banging down it. She lost her foot and she's down on her knees. Popped out to Stewart for a brief moment as Ava Gano followed up with that shot. That went wide. And Brianna Scott will have a few seconds to clear the zone there for the Reds. Lily LeBlanc wearing 14 for the team in white tries for the dump in herself, but instead a scrum will ensue as players push up against each other on the close side near the Reds' blue line. That puck is fired up by Merman. Harvey's in on the one-on-one. Here comes Harvey, lets the shot go. And Brooke Thompson was right there to deflect that out of harm's way. Sarah Stewart has the opportunity the other way over to Jalen Langill. Langill off to the side on a breakaway, and she was patted away. A huge save by Chrissy Michaud there on the breakaway from Jalen Langill, who is always dangerous with her set of mitts she has showed all year long for the Subway Selects team. Langill is the one starting out that breakout pass intent for Erin McNeil, but she loses the puck. Shot back in there in pursuit of that puck for the Reds was Louise McPhee. Lean up break-in as her team finished the change. Now everybody is on. Ella Lawrence going to challenge the go-ahead goal scorer, Brie McPherson, wearing number 5, back on the ice only for a second. She'll shoot it all the way down, though, for an icing call. 4 minutes and 19 seconds here on the clock here in the third period. It's been an excellent week of hockey here in Tyne Valley. This game isn't over yet, but I want to get some of my thanks out of the way as we tick into the final moments of the game here. The host committee has been great here. Nicole Drosh and Tanya Noy working with the Western Wind, but also working to make this tournament happen in the first place. I've been fortunate to have them treat me really well here this week, as well as the rest of the players and the guests to make the trip here up to Tyne Valley PEI this week. They've been excellent. And of course, my partner in crime here up in the booth here this week, Ivan McLean, running all the cameras and the tech, fixing issues really quickly. None of that stuff is me. I don't know a thing about those buttons or how the cameras work. That's all Ivan. He's the muscle behind this broadcast, so many thanks to him. And I'll probably have more thanks later on as Audrey Clavette walks on into the zone there. Maddie Budrow pouring a lot of pressure on the Sarah Stewart. This big line will get a lot of minutes. Both of these top players on each team, including Hannah Harvey of the Reds, in a battle there with Brooke Thompson. A good stick popped out to Terrio. What a block by Olivia Marks. We know her for her scoring. She has 10 points this tournament, but she is filling in all the roles on the defense, coming up there with one of the biggest blocks of the game for the Subway Selects. Terrio, as we know, has a dangerous shot from that point as the puck is fired down the length of the ice by Josie Dunn for the icing call. Just over 3 minutes left here, and it's the last stand for the Edsa West Reds. Keep an eye on Christy Michaud in the net on the right side of your screen as Abby Clark and the coaching staff contemplate what to do here. Should have mentioned this earlier, but it's a battle of the Clarks behind the bench. As, of course, the coach of the Northern Subway Selects is Craig Clark, while Abby Clark is in charge for the Edsa West Reds. St. Thomas University, very well represented for the Edsa West Reds in the coaching staff. Abby Clark, a former Stu Tommy's goaltender for many years in the AUS. And assistant coach Mike Eagles is the athletic director over at the small Fredericton University, adjacent to the University of New Brunswick there. Of course, that's always a fun hockey rivalry to watch between the women's UNB Reds and the St. Thomas Tommies. The Reds, who made the national championships this year, had to go through the Tommies in a 3-game series, best of 3 series that they won 2-0. As the Subway Selects are holding on here, they have 2 minutes until they can call themselves Atlantic champions, but I think the Reds are far from done. It's a hard shot from the corner by Sarah Stewart. That goes all the way around the boards and evades her teammate Fraser at the point. Pressure by Clavette. As Maddie Budrow cuts in. We're down to the final 100 seconds here in regulation. Nicole Ferguson forcing that up the wall, but bounces back to her teammate Budrow. Budrow leaving that for Ferguson, who will work it up the wall, pressuring Josie Dunn. Audrey Clavette also in there, but it's played back out to Brooke Thompson. Thompson and Stewart have been on the ice for most of these final 5 minutes of regulation so far. Still just over a minute to play here in this final. Bree McPherson has the go-ahead goal here late in the third period on that power play for the Northern Subway Selects. And they're hanging on to the lead for now. Chipping into the zone was Miriam Terrio, but with a bit too much power, as with 1:04 on the clock, the Reds have to go all the way back to their own zone after an icing call. And it looks like we got a timeout coming. The Reds will take 30 seconds to regroup and plan out their final play here as each team takes a quick breather. A few more thanks. I have a lot here. I'll try to get out of the way here over the timeout break. All the volunteers here this weekend have been so kind, very nice. I've met a few parents and supporters of the teams all week as well. Speaking of them, the passion for this tournament is at an all-time high. Some great conversations and stories from everybody I've spoke to. And finally, thank you to all the viewers for tuning in all week long. 12 really fun games of hockey here to determine an Atlantic champion, and we couldn't have done it without you here on the Tyne Valley Live Events YouTube channel. But this game may not be over yet, as the Reds will try here to equalize this game and send it to overtime. The Selects won that draw, though, as the final seconds are about to tick down. Killing a lot of time there in the zone where the selects are holding that puck along the boards, namely Olivia Marks wearing number 3 for the team in white. She's had a heck of a tournament. So is Brie McPherson, who is holding that beyond the net. The selects single-handedly killing off almost 30 seconds of the clock here. This plan off the timeout has worked to perfection for them as the Reds are unable to get it out of the zone. And here they go now. Toying with that puck there is Brie McPherson. Out there with Sister Mairead, and off to the bench is Christy Michaud, the goaltender, the extra attacker on the final chance for the Reds. Holding that line is Terrio. In there like a workhorse is Sarah Storr holding that puck along the boards, and the whistle will go. 8.8 seconds on the clock. Terrio is hurting. She is hunched over, has been the last few shifts, but she's gonna stick it out here for the last little bit. The face-off is inside. The final chance for the EDSA West Reds. And now a timeout is coming the other way. The Northern Subway Selects taking 30 seconds of their own with just under 9 seconds on the clock here. Craig Clark opting to take those 30 seconds to rest his troops, especially Sarah Storr coming off a tough shift there. Brooke Thompson, Olivia Marks, and those defenders for the Selects. The McPherson sisters, Brie and Mairead, have been on the ice for at least 4 of these last 5 minutes by my count. Megan Smith also here on this final shift, as the Selects and the Reds are putting their best foot forward here in the final play of this hockey game to decide the Atlantic champion. Face-off to the left of Burrows. It's covered there in the crease right off the face-off. That kills off some seconds. Here's the shot from Terrio. It's blocked by Stewart. And the Northern Subway Selects have taken the Atlantic title in a very tight game, the tightest they have seen here all weekend long. The Northern Subway Selects are Atlantic champions.
And 37 for the Northern Subway Selects. Keep it going, man. These guys deserve every bit of it and a whole lot more. Keep it going. What a game.
And who would have thought the game was going to play out this way? The Northern Subway Select scored at least 8 goals in every game they played. They're only held to 2 this afternoon by the unbelievable play of the Reds' Christy Michaud. She stopped 35 shots this afternoon, all quality chances. The Reds only registered 10 on Burrows, so it goes to show the Northern Subway Selects were in control as they are used to being. But what a scare Christy Michaud gave them. I wonder if it's too late to give a tournament co-MVP award. Michaud will be there. She has that goaltender of the tournament honor. But we'll throw it down to the player of the game presentations for each side.
Let's give these guys a round of applause. The player of the game for the Angel West Reds. I don't think this will come as any surprise to anybody this afternoon. I'm not done yet. She stopped 35 pucks her way. Give it up for her.
Michaud earning a standing ovation from everybody here at the Cavendish Farms Community Sports Center. A moment of anticipation as Michaud salutes the New Brunswick crowd. What a performance in this final.
Number 14, Isabel Michaud.
Both Michauds come away with awards. Isabel, a key part of that play leading to the Reds' goal, setting up Hannah Harvey
For the winners today.
for that one Reds' goal. Michaud.
Northern Subway Select is number 4, Erin McNeil.
McNeil very involved in all of the plays, had a great tournament for this Subway Selects team.
And the most valuable player for the 2022 Atlantic Champions, the Nova Scotia Northern Subway Selects, is number 5, Bree McPherson.
What a last 24 hours it has been for McPherson, getting a hockey jersey along with her regular player of the game prize. McPherson named the goaltender, the defender of the tournament, very similar words, and came out with the game-winning goal today. Came into this game with a tournament high 8 assists and will finish with 9 points. And now the hockey PEI reps will hand out the silver and gold medals to these hockey teams, playing a heck of a final here to close out this Atlantic Championship.
At this time, we'd like to present the silver medal to the team from New Brunswick that played their hearts out today. And hey, I was excited watching this game, folks. You guys are awesome. Now it's a West Bay.
The Western Wind crowd was loud for all the win games for the host team. But I think the New Brunswick crew that came out today might be right with them.
Assistant coach.
Only a couple sections of them, but they have been shaking this building all day
Assistant coach.
as the silver medals are presented to the EDSA West Reds of New Brunswick.
Assistant coach Mike Eagles. And the manager, Mary Water. Now to the players. Number 3, Hillary Stiles. Number 4, Audrey Clement. Number 5, Hannah Harvey.
Harvey was really a star in this game too for the EDSA West Reds. That one goal and came close on multiple other occasions. Had a heck of a performance to close out her tournament.
Number 9, Miriam Tirio. Number 10, Maddie Woodrow. Number 11, Rowena Scott. Number 14, Isabel Michaud. Number 16, Sahara McKay. Number 17, Carrie-Ann Merman. Number 21, Abby Toner. Number 24, Lauren Waters. Number 40, Riley Hardington. And number 66, Ella Lawrence. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot one. Number 30, Christy Michaud.
One last ovation for the star of this game on the Edsa West Red side. Sean down there in the box doing a stellar job himself down in the public address booth all weekend long, taking a couple days off of his work to come help present this hockey tournament to everybody.
Atlantic hockey champions, the Nova Scotia Northern Subway Selects. In goal number 1, Georgia Burrows. Number 2, Megan Smith.
Burrows hasn't been the busiest goalie, but has made the saves when they mattered. Only faced 10 shots, stopping 9 this afternoon in her third game of the tournament. Burrows had a .960 save percentage in this game. It will be very close to that. Only allowing 2 goals. The team in total allowed 3, but Burrows herself only allowed 2 in Northern's run to the final. First, and of course, with the biggest goal of this tournament, the golden goal, if you will, to send Northern to the Esso Cup Women's Under 18 Nationals in Okotoks, Alberta next month.
Number 8, Ellie Clark. Number 9, Sarah Frazier. Number 10, Julia McDonald. Number 11, Kenzie Greenmore. Number 12, Jalen Langell. Lucky number 13, Josie Dunn. Number 14, Lillian Love. Number 15, Mary McPherson. Number 17, Brooke Thompson. Number 31, Gabby Arsenault. And last, but definitely not least, the captain of the champions, number 16, Sarah Stewart.
Stewart left for last there, the tournament MVP. Hanging into this game, she had 8 goals and 8 assists. Didn't pick up any points this afternoon, except maybe for that Bree McPherson winner. But she's all right with that, despite scoring every game except this one, as her team is on top of the Atlantic Canada Mountain. And of course, Stewart, along with her line mate Thompson, despite not finding the back of the net today, remaining very involved in the play of this game, especially in those last 2 minutes, killing any comeback hopes for the EDSA West Reds.
And the manager, Gary Frazier. There you have it, folks. There's your chance. Give it up for everybody involved here. Thank you to the hockey. Thank you for being a part of it. But we have one more presentation. I apologize. Could the captain and assistant captains come forward from Nova Scotia?
Here come the Northern Subway Selects captains to accept the Atlantic Championship banner with the Hockey Canada logo on it as they prepare for first a big celebration and then a trip out to Alberta next month. And they'll go for a skate with it here as the Northern Subway Selects in all their glory get a bit of a celebration in with that banner. They didn't throw off all the sticks and gloves when the buzzer first went, but they dropped them all and throw a few more hugs around, waving that Nova Scotia flag over in front of their bench as they celebrate their Atlantic's victory. They won the Nova Scotia title in 2017, 2018, 2021, and this year, 2022. They last won the Atlantics back in 2018, and now they'll take another Atlantics title, looking to improve upon their 5th place result at the Esso Cup back in 2018. This time they will travel out to Okotoks as they prepare for a May 16th kickoff to the tournament. They will take on the winner of the series between the Westman Wildcats of Brandon, Manitoba and the Notre Dame Hounds of Wilcox, Saskatchewan, to kick off the National Women's Under-18 Championships, hosted by the Prince Albert Bears in Okotoks, Alberta. That will be held half an hour drive south of Calgary. So if you're with the Selects, that's probably where you're looking for your hotel rooms right now, after taking in all the glory of a championship here in Tyne Valley. And there's lots to be proud about too if you're the EDSA West Reds. Undoubtedly their best game of the tournament against a powerhouse that the Subway Selects have shown to be. There's tons to be proud of. If you're from Western New Brunswick this week, a ton of great individual performances, but despite that, the team takes in the glory of a 2nd place honor here at the Atlantic Championships. One more loud cheer for the Atlantic champions, the Northern Subway Selects, playing out of Pictou and representing that northern region. Megan Smith showing all the fans hanging around for the celebration, the fancy new banner that they can hang there in the Hector Arena in Pictou, Nova Scotia. That'll look good there, but I think an Esso Cup would look great there as well. In about a month, that's where they'll be competing for that national title, looking to improve upon that 5th place finish from 2018. After a lot of championships, you'll see the 2nd place team leave the ice immediately after getting their medals. Not the EDSA West Reds, as a few of them stick around to not only honor their opponents, but throw around some hugs one last time here at the Atlantic Championships, grab some photos, and celebrate the representation of the province of New Brunswick here, which they represented very well here this weekend. And as the teams prepare to leave the ice, the Subway Selects with a few more photos with the team all together, undoubtedly some individually shot ones as well. A big cheer as some parents and team personnel take to the ice to celebrate with their friends and daughters and everybody. The 2022 Atlantic U18 Women's Hockey Championship champions, the Northern Subway Selects. And as everyone prepares to wrap up, we will do just that. Thanks so much. It's been a fun 12 games from here, April 21st to the 24th here at the Atlantic Championships. We are so glad to have had you along. Thanks for all the kind words, everybody, and for just simply tuning in for all this weekend's action, along with Ivan McLean running the cameras and the technology, and for everybody here in Tyne Valley helping to present this tournament. My name is Luke Diamond. Thank you for watching all weekend long, and so long for now from Tyne Valley, Prince Edward Island.